Welcome to Pop Americana. I am your host, Ryan Ashley Wall. We are here with part two of Two Towers. Yes, a lot of twos there. But I am joined tonight by Drew Tavares, James Hamrick,
Hello.
and Byron Lafayette, who stole my wallpaper from last week. Well, not last week, but last time we recorded. So first, I wanted to apologize for the length of time between this episode and the last one. But when a new Batman film drops, sorry, we got to cover it. You know, I'm not sorry, really. There's no way I'd be sorry about that.
I'm sad I missed that discussion because I didn't see it before, but I've seen it twice since. So I'm like, dang it.
I'm very sad I missed it as well.
I'm not pretty pleased about that.
All right, well, I'm joined by the Riddler, it looks like. We're way off track here. This is your spoiler warning. I don't know why you're watching part two of a two-parter if you haven't seen the film now, but courtesy dictates we give you a spoiler warning. And before we get into this analysis, please be sure to like, subscribe, share, click the notification bell, and of course, leave a comment. And I'm going to ask a prompt here, if you will, because it's inspired by a little conversation that we were all having in our group chat beforehand. But what is your favorite use of the Wilhelm scream in a film? So leave that in the comments below, and maybe we'll talk about that on a future episode. All right. Well, the stage has been set because this is indeed part two of a very, very long film. We know the context in which this film came out with, so let's just pretend you're watching the Blu-ray or the DVD or the VHS, as we talked about last time, and you're popping in the second disc or cassette, and bam, off into a scene where it starts off with Gimli in the extended edition explaining to Eowyn that dwarf women are not a whole lot different from dwarf men, which is it's a great little character detail. What do we think about this little? Of course, Gimli goes on to like fall off the horse and everything. So there's a bit more of that, more to this scene than that, and there's Theoden basically saying, I've not seen her smile like this in a long time. And what do we think of this scene?
I really like it. I think John Rhys-Davies as Gimli is a 100% across the trilogy. Like, there's not a single attempt at humor that doesn't land.
Yeah.
And so we talked last episode about all the many things we quote, but I quote often that it was deliberate from this. And the thing, so generally speaking, I loathe love triangles and stories and stuff, but I think it really, really works in this movie because you understand why Eowyn would be taken by Aragorn. And because Aragorn is operating under the assumption that Arwen will be leaving to the west, you can kind of understand why there might be in the very back of his mind some entertainment of thought. And then you definitely understand Theoden, where it's like, she has put up with my crap for years. I just want her to be happy, and I know Aragorn is a good man. And like, for him to be, to kind of be like the approving dad, kind of nudging the guy, is like, oh, I haven't seen her smile like that. Like, it's just that all works in a non-melodramatic way.
I agree with what James said. I generally don't like love triangles as well. They have to be done really well for me to appreciate it. And I feel like oftentimes they're just kind of there to eat up time or to add unnecessary drama or something. But I felt like it really did work in the case of this story, because you you're kind of seeing like two different parts, to Aragorn, of his like desires, and like him, thinking to his future of what he really wants. And so it's interesting. And also too with Gimli, I love his humor. I think it just really does work. I agree with James that there isn't a joke that doesn't land. And especially because the trilogy as a whole, especially this movie, is very grim dark in a lot of ways. And so it's kind of nice to have like the little bit of like levity, like here and there, to kind of just remind you a little bit of like what they're fighting for, and that it just adds a little bit of personality to these characters. And also, his story about the dwarf women, we can kind of then ask the question, is Gimli a woman?
I never once thought of that.
And I
There's
never
gonna be
wanted to.
There's gonna be a Reddit thread tomorrow.
Oh gosh. Look at what you have wrought.
Yeah.
That would be no. My definitive answer is it's a fellowship. So it's just fellows in there.
Yeah.
So anything to add about this, Drew? Or Drew, I'm not heaing you.
Oh, he's muted.
Yeah, you're muted.
It was deliberate. It was deliberate.
Nice.
It was worth it.
Oh,
Joke landed.
exactly. No, yeah, they pretty much said what I was gonna say. So yeah, I agree with what they said. I love Gimli's humor, and he never misses. And the fact that I just used one of his jokes right there just kind of proves that.
Yeah. Little concrete examples go a long way. Yeah. And like James said, the other aspect of this scene where it's sort of working on multiple levels. One, it's showing Theoden's regret for not being the uncle he needed to be for Eowyn, but also like his happiness at the thought of her and Aragorn being together, and also apart from that, I think we shouldn't discount the fact that he's just happy to see her happy.
Yeah.
Which is something he brings up in Return of the King as well.
Yeah.
Because Eowyn is a deeply unhappy character, and she is unhappy with her station in life. She's unhappy with her role in this world, and we're going to see that unfold in a huge way. But Theoden, with regard to Eowyn, is consistently concerned with her happiness and well-being, which is really touching, actually. But yeah,
because it's like this is still coming hot off the heels of the death of his son.
Mhm.
And so you get a real sense of a kind of adoption happening, in a way where he's like he is basically assuming a father figure role for her.
Yeah, the doomed to wait upon an old man who should have loved her as a father line is really good. And again, there's a lot of bitterness in Rohan. We saw it in Éomer, we see it here in Theoden. We're going to see a lot of it in Theoden throughout this film, but yeah, that's a neat little character moment. And it goes by in a flash, because then we're off into exploring the other side of this love triangle, because they start riding together, and Eowyn notices Aragorn being kind of elsewhere in his thoughts and having that incredibly cool gem on his chest, and she asks him rather slyly, because there's nothing saying that a woman gave that to him, but she asked him,
Legolas gave this to me, actually.
Yeah. You don't believe me? Just look at his hair. Come on.
Yeah.
Like, this is definitely a kind of gift he would give. but jokes aside, it is kind of a two-pronged question. It's like, it's both where is this woman that gave you this thing? Are you thinking about her? And are you available?
This woman, she dead or
Yeah.
what's up?
She's not here, but I am.
Yeah, there's a deleted scene where an alternate of coming out of this scene is she goes,
No. She gives the camera a wry smile whenever he says she's sailing into the west.
yeah. It's a real office moment, you know.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But yeah. But speaking of, we cut away to some memories with Aragorn. Well, we messed up the scene order a little bit, but but we did skip a very, very important extended edition scene where Eowyn is walking through the camp of the people of Rohan, fleeing to Helm's Deep with homemade stew. And first she offers it to Gimli, who politely declines.
That's another line that I quote all the time. If somebody offers me something, I'm like, no, I couldn't.
Yeah. And then she offers it to Aragorn, who thankfully takes it, graciously takes it, let's put it that way, and tries not to throw up while eating it. And yeah, that's a funny little moment where she turns around and he tries to dump it out, and then he like sloshes it all over himself. Back. So good stuff. And then we get a bit about Aragorn's age.
Yeah, I feel about the same way Aragorn feels during this scene. I mean, I love the scene, but like, good lord, that stew looks vile. Like, I can taste it just from looking at it. But yeah, it's like another. It's another really good, just like bit of humor. And then also how you mentioned, you know, we kind of hear some about Aragorn's age, which, oh gosh, what's the race of people that he is again?
Dunedain.
Yeah, I always mix it up. Yeah, like we don't really like hear much about that, I feel like, until this point, and kind of just learning how Aragorn's actually really freaking old. And it's very important to much of the film, especially like later on, and especially so in Return of the King. So yeah, I think it's a really good scene. And even though it's kind of played for laughs, it adds a bit of like something extra to it.
Yeah, it always blows my mind to me when thinking about it. Gimli is the young lad of our trio.
He's my wee lad, Gimli.
Yeah. That's such a great line too. And a lot of us here, I think all of us here, are Hobbit apologists too. So eventually you'll hear from us one day about those films.
It's about Aragorn in the scene though. I think as I said in the first episode, this movie is just, it is like in my DNA, it's part of my life in a big way. But like it wasn't until like well into adulthood that I really appreciated how phenomenal Aragorn's arc is. Like as a kid, you're like, oh, he's afraid he'll be like what his old ancestor was like. You like, and it's like it technically registers, but it's not until you're older that you really realize the weight of it. And that's partially related to what I'm saying now, which is like I didn't realize just how cool the slow revelations are of Aragorn's past. Like think about like between Fellowship and up to where we are now, how they slowly dole out information about him, because you think like, oh, it's Aragorn, he's one of our primary characters, we know, like we spent so much time with him, I know Aragorn, you know, front and center, like he's clear that we're familiar with him. But you know, whenever we first meet him, he's a ranger that we're not really sure of, and then he seems pretty chill, and then they're like, hey, why are you here? And he's like, oh, I'm a friend of the elves, you know, friend to Gandalf. And you're like, okay, so he's got history with the elves. And then like we found out he grew up in Rivendell, and so we're slowly learning more and more about him. And here we just like we finally learn like the significance of his lineage beyond just being of Isildur's blood, but that Isildur and Aragorn are both of the Dunedain, and so he's super old. And then all of a sudden, the respect he commands starts to make even more sense, because you're like, he's Theoden's peer in a weird, like he's older than Theoden actually. Like he's older
Theoden
than
remembers him going to war with his father when he was young.
Yeah, like all of a sudden, like whenever Theoden's, you know, like last I checked, it was Theoden, not Aragorn. Like you could read that scene as like, oh, it's this young gun trying to like no, Aragorn's been around. Like he's got a lot of aged wisdom, and so it's another cool way that we're learning more and more and more about the character.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
and his graciousness towards, like, honestly, this entire scene is kind of emblematic of the Aragorn Eowyn dynamic, which is Eowyn reaching out to him and him trying to let her know that, you know, look, this is not gonna happen, without like crushing her. You know, like he's just a decent guy all around, and he's trying to protect her feelings while also not incredibly interested. So it's a microcosm, I think, of their entire story together. And you know, we see in other in Return of the King and in other scenes here, and even previously back at Edoras, where he has a sense of almost pity and care for her. I think more than anyone around there, he sees how she's suffering in a way nobody else does. I mean, Theoden catches on to it, but his goal is just her happiness at whatever cost. And Aragorn's kind of picking up that I don't think she's going to be happy where she's at, you know?
Yeah.
And he's doing his best to be gentle with her, and not getting her hopes completely up, but also not crushing her, because she's at such a precarious state right now.
Yeah. And in a weird way, like the scene whenever they see her smile and she turns around and Theoden's, you know, talking about it's been a long time. Like it's almost like it's like the scene we talked about in the first episode of Gollum's smile, where you look at that image, you're like, I want that person to be happy. Like I want good things for that. Like knowing everything she's been through, to see like finally this little reprieve for her where she's like, she's laughing and smiling and enjoying life. You're like, oh man, I really feel for this person, and I want this person to have more of that.
And because she does end up something like a bit of an action hero by the end of this, we can forget how deeply sad she is for most of these movies. Like, she is dramatically unhappy with her life right now, which is what compels her to ride to war in the first place. Sorry, Return of the King spoilers, but we've lost that train a long time ago. But we like to think that, you know, it's like all 100% rah women empowerment, women can do what men can do. And it is a little bit of that, of course, but it's also, she's motivated in a weird way by a lot of the same things Theoden is, and Theoden is failing to recognize it. Which is, I don't want to die in obscurity having accomplished nothing, you know? And that is exactly what Theoden fears as well. And so it's kind of like a plague in his house right now, you know?
Yeah.
And he's not seeing it, which is an interesting take.
You know, something, not to just dwell on the scene too long, but something that I think is interesting is that usually that motivation is really grating to me. Like the kind of like, I must do something great before like, if I didn't do anything great, then what was this all about? But like, I think it's so much more for Theoden and Eowyn, where it's like, in that cult, like it's greatness for them is so much more than just like, oh, he did something super cool. But it was like, no, we tell stories of bravery and courage and meaning, and our family has a history of great acts of defense and I don't know, valor and all that stuff. And so it's, I mean, again, to go forward to Return of the King, it is a desire to be able to, you know, go unashamedly to your ancestors, feeling, you know, not in the kind of like, I have to do something absolutely incredible or else my pride hurts, but it's like, no, this is like, I'm called to be a leader. I'm called to do great deeds. It's a part of my blood, and it's something that needs to happen in a way that's way beyond just arrogance and pride.
It's expected of me, and I will consider myself a failure before my people if I don't live up to that kind of thing. Which, again, I note that Saruman prods Theoden with that later, but yeah, it's I've never really thought about until we were talking about now that Theoden and Eowyn actually basically have the same motivations. And also sort of like, it's understated in the movies, but it's obviously like blown up full time. They both kind of have a death wish in the book, where it's not even a death wish so much as an acceptance of inevitability of death and wanting to meet that on their terms, which is identical in both of them. So it's kind of interesting that Eowyn suffered by being a caretaker for the poisoned Theoden, who is now suffering from the same desires she's suffering from. And suffering may not be exactly the right way to put it, but they are plagued by this drive to do greatness before they're done.
I think that's true, because like, not to jump ahead too much, but like even, you know, at Helm's Deep, you see a bit of that when he's, you know, kind of losing like hope, and then like Aragorn basically says like, oh, you know, ride with me, let's ride out and meet our end, and like he lights up basically and is like, for death and glory, and he's like thrilled basically that, oh, let's go ride out into the 10,000 orcs, you know.
And Aragorn has to correct him, for your people.
Yes,
For Rohan,
yeah,
you know, like
for your people, you know?
Like there is a higher cause here than this.
Yeah. Yeah, because like Aragorn's thinking we're gonna, you know, buy time for everyone, and he's just like, whoa, hoorah, you know.
And look, I don't mind belaboring the point here with this scene, because in a way what we say here sort of cuts down on some of the time and analysis for elsewhere. So I'm not too worried about that, but we do need to move on to these couple flashbacks. One of them, which when I first saw in theaters, I thought, oh my goodness, am I about to see a sex scene? Which is, of course, the, you know, I'm asleep, this is a dream, then it is a good dream. You know, I was like, oh dear, is that what's happening here?
Wake up, Aragorn!
I was just gonna make a comment, but I'm not going to.
Please. There's a lot, but I do remember genuinely thinking in the theaters, I was like, oh, is that about to happen in this series? Although this has necessary chemistry that I think is good to sell, because you're showing that these guys weren't just friends, you know. And when Aragorn is thinking back to Arwen, he's thinking about someone who was absolutely a lover to him.
Yeah, I think, like, you know, whenever he's thinking about her, like, it's like you said, he's going to go back to a memory like that. And something that I do kind of like about the scene is it feels like it's one of the few scenes where Aragorn doesn't feel like he's like in the zone on the mission, like kind of thinking about something intently, and it's just like he's just relaxing on a couch basically. It's just like it's a nice little to see him and Arwen together where it's like,
Literally laid back.
yeah, this is nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
And there's not a lot of, hey, let's chill for a little bit in the series. And so, you know, there's never another scene where we truly do see Aragorn kind of like in this environment and like with this demeanor where he's just like, Rivendell. Because, you know, in the books, you really lose the sense in the films, but in the books, all of these stays at all the different places they go to usually last for weeks, you know.
Right.
And so this is a nice little sneak peek of like, hey, Rivendell was pretty chill for a while until they had to leave. But you understand why he longs for a life like that.
Yeah, we get multiple scenes. This one and at least one more going back to Rivendell shortly before they've left. And it's like, yeah, they really did rest there for a little while. So that you're right, that is neat. Another thing I want to point out too, lest we gloss over it, because the dialogue in the scene is in Elvish, and they're just good at this. Like, it just sounds so natural. Like, I don't know. Like, I could listen to Viggo Mortensen and Liv Tyler converse in Elvish all day. It's good. It's good.
Yeah, feels right.
Just not as good as Gandalf going.
Yeah, that is cinema.
James, you weren't here for that one, I don't think, but Drew called it like moth ASMR.
Nice. I need 10 hours of moth ASMR to fall asleep.
Yes, sir.
Yes, it's good. It's good. Anytime they're speaking Elvish in these films, it's good stuff. But then we cut back to, and this is great facial acting on Viggo Mortensen, because he's basically staring forward, but you really do get this sense that he is thinking completely elsewhere. Like, he is not there in the moment.
Yeah.
And Eowyn's like, where is she, the woman who gave you that jewel? And then bam, we cut to a flashback where a little bit before the fellowship sets out, and Elrond is talking to Aragorn, and he's like, look, we're all leaving, and I would kind of like to take my daughter with me. And he makes some good points, you know, like Aragorn is mortal and he will die, and then she'll be left alone. And maybe it would be better if she just came with us, with her people. And you don't know how this war is going to go. So maybe the best thing for her is to come with us. And Aragorn puts up very minor resistance before basically agreeing with Elrond. And we have a follow-up scene where he basically tells her as much, and she is heartbroken by it. And he was going to return the necklace, but she makes sure he knows it's his and he's got to keep it. And that's where this scene cuts back. But how do we feel about this scene? Because I think this is the scene I said I think does what the other scene was doing, just a bit better.
I really like it a lot. I mean, with Elrond, I mean, you're right. Like, he makes good points, you know, whenever he's talking about, like, we are different. She will, like, even hypothetically, let's say this war goes perfectly, you're still gonna die. And that's something that I really appreciate about Tolkien in general, which is like, everything comes at some cost, and there's no sweet saccharine kind of like, and they all lived happily ever after kind of things. And that's not to like suppress the happiness. That's not to try to like be like, oh, so there's no such thing as happiness or happy endings, or it's like, no, it's just, you know, we treasure the good. We know it'll go, and then we'll move on, and we'll be like, it's I don't know. I appreciate that about it. And it makes like their eventual marriage in Return of the King that much more powerful, where she knows what's going to happen. And she's like, yeah, I accept,
This is worth it.
Yeah.
I think probably my favorite line in the scene is where Elrond says, let her bear her love for you to the undying lands, and there it will be evergreen. Like, that's shockingly a sweet sentiment from someone who's basically arguing maybe you guys shouldn't be a thing. But I think at heart what motivates Elrond here is not even disdain for Aragorn. I think he genuinely likes Aragorn. It's more, I'm trying to look after my daughter and what I think is best for her, and I need you to be on the same page as me. Which is neat because they kind of are on the same page for a while. And it could have been cheap. It could have been that Aragorn leaves Rivendell kind of bitter at Elrond and at odds with Elrond, and instead leaves reluctantly agreeing with him, basically. Drew and Byron, you gonna let me and James talk the rest of the night uninterrupted?
I kind of agree. It was interesting, kind of, because I think it kind of goes along with that the earlier scene that was kind of talking about like Aragorn's age, because we're kind of introduced that he's like this really old guy, and his lifespan is so much longer than like the average, than like the humans and everything like that. But then you're also seeing these other people who are like going to be, that he's just like, a speck of dust to these other people. It's like they view him the way that, the way that he views everyone else, basically, and
It's like
just
a bottle rocket.
Exactly. It was just kind of interesting, I thought. But yeah, I mean, I think it was kind of interesting the way they ended up framing it, that they had him just agree with it, basically, and go along with it. And I think it just kind of reinforced his caring about her and his love for her, that, he was willing to basically let her go forever, so that she wouldn't be, as brokenhearted as she would be if she stayed with him. And also it's this kind of a bit of a flex move as well, that he's like, hey, you know what? She's just gonna like die of sadness if like she's with me because I'm so great, It's like...
Oh my goodness. That's an interesting take there, Byron.
Aragorn always quick to flex on something.
That's Aragorn for you. There he is, flexing again.
That's his middle name.
To be fair, later on in this movie, there's one move that is absolutely 100% definitely a flex, and we'll get to it. From Aragorn. There's plenty of flexes from Legolas. And speaking of, let's get to this Warg Riders scene, which is invented entirely for the film. And I have a unique memory of this because before the Two Towers came out in theaters, they had a special. I want to say it was on ABC, but I could be wrong. But they had like a network television special previewing it. And like there was a bunch of talking about the film and, interviewing actors, interviewing Peter Jackson. And they were like, and we have a special treat for you. Like it was like a 3-minute clip of the movie. And this scene was that clip.
Dude, I remember watching this too.
So that's a special memory I have of this scene. But yeah, we have Wormtongue telling Saruman that Theoden's going to retreat to Helm's Deep, and that they'll have women and children in the caravan, and Saruman's immediately like, go kill them. I love that little bit from Christopher Lee where Wormtongue says they'll have women and children, and Christopher Lee goes, like, this is an opportunity. Yeah, they're just sick. Very evil
A
character.
lot of
thing.
people I could kill.
Yeah.
Christopher Lee was just magnificent in this role, honestly. You know, it's just like he just added such personality to every single scene he was in.
Yeah. I love Christopher Lee as Saruman. I've said it before. I say it again. I'll say it again when we get to Return of the King. But as Ian McKellen is Gandalf, so Christopher Lee is Saruman. Like to the same degree. Like that, it's just perfect. But that's not even the point. The point of this scene is there's this action sequence where the wargs of Isengard come to harry the forces of Rohan, which are not really forces of Rohan so much as a handful of riders and a bunch of
Women and
civilians.
children.
Yes, women and children. Exactly. And yeah, we have this awesome sequence where Legolas again summarizes exactly everything on screen with a scout.
Appreciate you, Legolas.
And then Legolas also, in addition to being a great summarizer, great stunt man with that like move he uses to get on the horse, which is just what. It's so cool though. So you forgive it anyway. But.
Yep.
Really like impactful and important to the whole trilogy because it's just like another one of those scenes where it kind of shows the stakes of like Middle Earth and everything, and how all of our heroes are kind of in danger at all times, because Aragorn basically almost dies, and we're led to believe that he does die for a good portion of the rest of the film. And I think that's like, I don't know, I think it's like a great way to like really show the stakes that everyone has at all moments, because in a lot of films like these, it's really easy to give the characters plot armor, and maybe Aragorn does a little bit because he doesn't actually die, but like it just kind of shows, hey, like anyone can possibly die in this universe. And also it's just a cool action scene.
It's definitely to me like one of the coolest action scenes in the trilogy. Like Horse Riders versus Warg Riders is just super cool. And it's something that Jackson, especially, even as a Hobbit apologist, something that he like just nails to a whole other degree in the Lord of the Rings trilogy is having a large action scene and then intimate beats within it that are so memorable, like down to just like it's almost just a compilation of different kills and they're all memorable, like the sword into the open warg's mouth, like the everything with Gimli there, like all of that's great. The neck snapping is awesome.
The giant pile of corpses on Gimli.
Yeah. it's like it's a big action scene, but we're always like cutting to cool little individual beats within it. And even just like a 2-second clip of like, oh, Aragorn just rode past an orc and like decapitated him as he rode past. And like this thing happened over there and that thing happened over there. And yeah, it's a cool scene.
Yeah. I also like wrapping up at the end of the scene when they're interrogating the orc that was with Aragorn when
Such a gross orc too.
Yeah. But I do find it interesting that like Gimli offered him like mercy, like, hey, you tell us what happens, I'll ease your passing, which is like the most compassionate anyone is to an orc in this entire, and it's still in the context of, hey, you tell me, I'll murder you quick.
Like, I don't read any compassion to that. I think Gimli's gonna like,
yeah,
for sure, but
I'm on the spectrum of how we treat orcs. Hey, if you give me valuable information, I'm going to kill you quickly, is as compassionate as it gets.
Are you forgetting Thranduil freeing his wretched head from his miserable body and
that's
the
true.
Hobbit?
So really, this whole thing about elves and dwarves, really, are they all that different?
Exactly.
Thranduil and Gimli have exactly the same opinion of orcs.
Oh.
But yeah, it's a pretty good scene. Like all the, like James and Drew were saying, like all the individual beats are really good.
I really like the moment whenever Theoden says "Leave the dead," and Legolas just immediately turns to him with like these almost like accusatory eyes, and Theoden just kind of like puts his hand on his shoulder.
Yeah,
And like that's a really, we can clown on Legolas, even though I freaking love Legolas, but like his character moments are often, they're just like these quick little things that I do think go a long way. And it's easy to just be like, oh, it's the three cool warriors, they're just cool, they're out there killing orcs together, this is who they are. But when you think about how long the three of them have been together and like the bonds that they have with each other now, just there's so much said in Legolas's face in that scene to me.
I also think it's telling that so we sort of view Legolas and Gimli as Aragorn's wingmen, that they're the support for Aragorn, and that's true to a major extent. But I also love that they think Aragorn dead and out of the picture, they're still continuing as the Fellowship in the world of men, going to help Rohan. Like
Yeah.
they don't have to do
that.
Like they don't have to do that. This isn't really their fight, but they're still like, no, this is our mission. This is what we're here for as a Fellowship. And just because our leadership is dwindling doesn't mean we're not going to keep going. And so, Gimli and Legolas still go with Rohan to Helm's Deep with every intention of helping defend. And we can rag on Legolas later for his argument with Aragorn and despairing over this whole situation, but he still went.
Yeah.
And I think that's easy to miss because in a way we move focus to Aragorn, which is good because the focus needs to be there, but I just don't want that to be unremarked upon, that Legolas and Gimli are still in this. It's not just that Aragorn is holding them together as glue. They are now enough of a fellowship between the two of them to continue this mission,
Yeah.
which is neat.
I agree. Uh-huh.
And you
Also,
wouldn't know
Isengard's. Oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead. I was.
No, I was just gonna say the use of Isengard's theme in that scene is A+.
Yes. Yeah, Isengard themes, like Isengard's theme is hot take better than Mordor's. Not that there's an enormous difference of quality. I just, for some reason, I love that like industrial clanging and the off-kiltered beat that's with the Isengard theme. I just love it. It's good stuff. I think, okay, let me clarify. There are variations of the Mordor theme that are incredibly powerful that I really, really like. Some of them in this movie. But I just have a soft spot for that. Da-na-na, bum, bum, bum. It's so good. So good.
Done.
Yep. Okay, so with Aragorn now having taken a little tumble off the cliff and
We fail.
and not suffering as much fall damage as the orcs would have hoped, the remainder of Rohan arrives at Helm's Deep, and we spend a lot of time at this location in night and rain, but I really like the intro to Helm's Deep, complete with, let's again talk about music here, because the Rohan theme coming in full force as there are people reunited that were separated through this whole conflict. We see that there's already civilians and soldiers here alike that have already taken up residence, and they're being greeted here, and it's just cool stuff with this establishment. And of course, Eowyn immediately wondering where Aragorn is, which rare moment of no helmet Gimli, saying that he fell. Which is pretty good dramatic delivery from John Rhys-Davies, who's typically playing a comic relief character. But
I'd say like Legolas gets that moment on the cliff face, and now Gimli kind of gets his moment to be sad over Aragorn.
Yeah, and it's kind of a continuation of Gimli and Eowyn's kind of relationship, because they're kind of warm to each other, not in the same way, obviously, but like he's befriended her, and he's the one that breaks the news to her. It's neat, Yeah.
Also, something that I'd like about the scene that you mentioned at the beginning, like, they arrive there and there's already people there and there's a reunion. I think that's a cool bit of like subtle world building where we've talked about Helm's Deep this whole time as a refuge, and like presumably the people who got there, they didn't hear, by order of the king, we flee to Helm's Deep. These are random people who are being attacked, and they're like, frick, there's only one place to go, let's get to Helm's Deep, and so it's like, it is that, like, it really is, you understand the cultural meaning, and not just like but just like the practical purpose of Helm's Deep. You get there and like Rohan knew, like, oh, we're under, okay, see you at Helm's Deep, like it's,
if things go bad, we go to Helm's Deep.
Yeah.
And it does help aid with some of the random pillaging and stuff we saw earlier, because I think isn't the we haven't really been following them as much as we should have carefully, but there's those kids that are separated from their mother in the beginning of the film, and then they show up right after Theodred's funeral and kind of pass out, and they're the ones that cement for Theoden that this is a major threat, an existential threat to Rohan. And then they're reunited with their mother at Helm's Deep, like she made it.
That does my heart so good.
Yeah. So we finished that little arc with the two kids and separated from their mother, and they're reunited at Helm's Deep. So we get, just because we know what happened to that settlement, we know that some of those people fled here a long time ago. Well, a long time ago movie wise, but but yeah, I do love that bit going on here. And I'm gonna be honest, as a kid, I remembered the kids when they showed up at Rohan, but sort of missed the reunion at Helm's Deep. I was just like, oh, mother and child, I was like, wait a minute, those are the same kids, you idiot.
Come on, Ryan.
It took me embarrassingly long to realize that, but it's a good scene, and mostly it's there to establish. I like that in this series, most of the time, a scene doesn't exist without having more than one purpose. And we are establishing in clear daylight the geography of this place so that it's easier to understand the flow of battle later. But also we're taking the time to build the world with the reunion of refugees. We're taking time to have this character moment between Gimli and Eowyn over Aragorn. And we're, establishing that the people here are not like the elite riders of Rohan we saw with Eomer early on. These are mostly just peasants and a few warriors.
And something like to kind of think about the warg fight scene in the context of this, Eowyn has that line, like so few of you have returned. Like that means a lot, because whenever they were first fleeing, they were already like, boy, we're probably not going to make this, are we? And so like things were dire at the very outset, but to have lost the amount of people they did in that warg fight and be like, God, our chances were slim as it was. Like this is the end now. Like we lost half of our already meager fighting force.
Yeah. And after all, most have seen too many winters.
Once a few.
Yes. That's such a good line, but it's not here yet. But but I feel that in this scene, you know what I mean? Like we have women, children, old and young, and a few able-bodied peasants. It's like, well, we don't have a lot to work with here, you know?
Yeah.
That is a theme we're gonna see going on and on. But this is a good time to segue into, you know, we're talking about that hopelessness. We have cinema with a capital C, one of my favorite scenes in the film, where we have Wormtongue and Saruman talking about the logistics of trying to storm Helm's Deep. And I love the bit with the gunpowder where Wormtongue's like, how can fire undo stone? And like Saruman stops the candle from getting too close. He's like, no. And the whole, you know, it would take an army beyond reckoning, thousands to storm the keep. And Saruman corrects him, tens of thousands. You know, and
my lord, there is no such army.
Yes, and then whoomp. That's so good.
Ding ding on the meme counter.
Yes. And the tear, you know, coming from Wormtongue's eye as he just looks out at this absolutely freaking huge, excellent army of Uruk-hai. And Christopher Lee just shouting from the dang balcony with
every line in that scene was in the trailer.
I know. A new power is rising.
And speaking of the Isengard theme, dude, whenever they first look out there and it's a slow dun dun dun, I'm like, oh man, dude, Howard Shore, what are you doing? You're so good.
To me, it's the horns and the sound of the chanting. Oh, gosh, it's just good. Like,
it's like the scene in Dune with the Imperial soldiers or the mercenaries, and you just hear like the throat singing. That's the only thing that was missing from the scene was some throat singing.
Somebody pointed out to me that this is a side trail, but it's worth pointing out because it's funny that the throat singing in Dune sounds like a deep, gravelly version of Doodle Bob from SpongeBob. And it is literally like "Doi oi mi hoi."
Me hoi. May I have it?
I will never.
I've officially ruined Dune for you guys. Sorry, go ahead, Byron.
I said I will never unhear that now.
But yeah, that is a pretty interesting comparison, because I think it does sort of hold, Drew. You know, it's like it's the same kind of feeling you get with the Sardaukar and Dune. But my goodness, it's this was the first time I've ever, like, I mean, I had seen movies with armies before, but this is the first time I had ever just been impressed the way I was with this army.
The cinematography in that scene is unreal. Like the reveal shot and then the going down and passing through the spears and stuff. Like, oh, dude.
It's so good. Cinema. Cinema. Like, that is, I'll never forget that scene for as long as I live. It's so good. One of my favorites.
And I think it was kind of a cool scene as well because you know, we'd been introduced to the Uruk-hai when we saw them in Fellowship of the Ring, you know, in the climactic fight of that, we saw how difficult it was to defeat them, you know, and we only saw a handful of them at the end of that. And then now we see this like army of tens of thousands of them, you know, and it's just like terrifying.
Yeah. And I'm thinking back on like the only thing Celeborn ever said. I'm kidding, of course, but
tell me, where is Gandalf?
But like when he's telling Aragorn as they're leaving Lorien, and he says, you know, you're being tracked. And he says, seldom have orcs journeyed openly and across the sun, but these have done so. Like he's telling
That's
you,
a
like,
cool line too.
yes, it's for a guy that has like 4 lines, it's like one of his best. but I know we've already talked about fellowship, but now that I brought this up, I want to open the door. I love the way he says the falls of Rose. It's such a good delivery.
He knows he only has those few lines, so he's like, I better freaking nail this. And he gave us a couple of cool, really cool lines, and then a meme where they saw like a little line that we used. So like,
Sure.
But anyway, I'd say that to say this, like the as Byron said, the threat of the Uruk-hai has been well established, and then like seeing how many of them are, just after realizing so few of you have returned, and then we're going to get further reinforcement that these are absolutely petty, not very good warriors on the Rohan side of things. So it's like we are hammering home this hopelessness and the sheer weight of these odds against Rohan here. And my goodness, it's even though Isengard is the bad guy here, like Saruman evil, Uruk-hai bad, like you can't help but see that army and be just impressed.
I cried a tear. I was like, oh.
One thing I noticed too in the design, well, I didn't notice, it was pointed out to me in the appendices of these wonderful films, but you'll notice that the armor plating is all in the front and the back is almost entirely exposed, and that is symbolizing something about the Uruk-hai that is not necessarily true of the orcs, is that these guys do not run away.
Yeah.
They don't retreat.
Until they do into Fangor.
Yes. But the theme is, these guys are running towards you and they're not going the other way. You're not going to catch them in the back. The armor is only useful on one side because that's the only side you're going to see. And that's a pretty cool design philosophy for Isengard that sets them apart. Because even like we talk about how the cultures of our heroes, the elves, the dwarves, the men, even the different factions of men, all really stand out, and believably so, but even the orcs have different factions, and it's evident,
That's something that you really get across in that scene as well, where, we've seen orcs in large groups before, but like, I mean, again, like going through the appendices on the movies reveals a whole new layer of appreciation, but like, the amount of time spent on mastering body language is insane. And so like the orcs, they're always hunched over. They're like, they don't stand in, in straight lines. Even in like the prologue and fellowship, it's they're not like just scattered and stupid or anything, but they're like, it's just a big mass that's kind of moving. It's not nearly as coordinated. And
like
here,
unorthodox boxers,
Yeah. And here it's like rigid lines, complete unison, like completely upright. Like there's everything is just so fine-tuned with the Uruk-hai.
They're the Roman legionnaires of Middle Earth, like they are professional soldiers, and
their helmets are sick.
Everything about that, like from a military perspective, I'm much more team Saruman than team Sauron. Sauron's just like, if I mass produced 8 billion of these things, it doesn't really matter the quality. And Saruman's like, I may have 10,000 of these things, but they're going to be 10,000 of the best orcs you've ever seen. Like I just love that aspect of him. And it does sell to Saruman's downfall point, which is order. Like these are hyper ordered beings, and we got all that out of a really short scene.
The scene with Saruman, with him giving his speech, just like it's such a cool moment, as you guys mentioned and stuff, and him creating this army and his speech, I don't know, it kind of like reinforces about how how passionate Saruman is about being Sauron's middle management. It's like, he's like, it's like, he's just enamored with Sauron from the beginning, through here. He's like now giving an impassioned speech about the new power rising, it's like, he's the Sauron simp, basically. But it's just kind of funny.
Aragorn flexes and Saruman's a simp.
Yeah. It's true.
It's gonna be one of those personality charts. The flexer, the simp. Yeah, this was probably one of the most memorable scenes from our first time watch. Yeah. So then we go. I mislabeled in the notes here because we've already done the "this is a dream" scene, but we go to Aragorn kind of being passed out, half in the river, half not, and gets a sloppy wet kiss from what he thinks is Arwen, but is actually Brago.
Brago's more loyal.
I'm just imagining like an alternate version of this scene where Aragorn thinks he's getting tongue from Arwen. And like a horse. But honestly, like this just seems like a way to wake him up. So I unless anybody has incredible insights here other than Aragorn's motivated, I think we'll move on to the important part, which is that he gets to witness this army approaching. And so he gets to have this knowledge so that we can discuss it at Helm's Deep later. And this is where Aragorn actually does flex, because you can't convince me that the way he opens that door is not flex beyond belief. Like
cinema.
If that's flex, then keep at it.
that there's no reason, like he didn't have to open both sides of that door.
If you got a door that opens like that, you gotta.
He could have gone in one and slipped in, but no, he chose to just slam open both doors, which was also another every trailer thing.
Yeah. When there's a double door like that, there's only one way to go in,
Yes.
You don't just
Hi.
Excuse me. Am I interrupting the council?
This push or pull, I can't tell.
It would have been funny if it was a pull door. He just gets through. We are so far off the rails, but the most important part of this scene, of course, is Aragorn communicating to Theoden that there's an army of 10,000 strong at least coming to approach them, and I love Theoden's like 10,000, like he came expecting like, okay, we're gonna manage this. And I don't know if we've skipped over it, and I think we probably have, and it may have been in the arrival scene at Helm's Deep where he's talking about no, because Aragorn's present for it, so it must be here where he's going over battle plans and he's walking the walls and he's saying, no army has ever breached the Hornburg, and they will break upon this fortress like a water on rock. And Gimli is the first to be like, are you kidding, man? Like, these are no
mindless orcs.
Yeah. Yeah, and Gimli is very, as we are, also impressed with the Uruk-hai. And I do love how throughout this scene where Theoden is confidently explaining, oh, look, we got this. We've been through this before. Crops can be resown, villages can be rebuilt. And like every time he's bringing up a point, somebody in the Fellowship, usually Aragorn or Gimli, is like, but that's not what's happening here, you know. And finally, Theoden's had enough of it, and he's like, dude, just bear with me. I am trying my best to keep up morale here, you know.
There's in that general sequence, there's a couple of really good character moments from both Legolas and Gimli again, where like, I mean, I think in that scene where, you know, Gimli says that, and I always feel kind of bad for Gimli in that scene, because he's trying to make a valid point and is making a valid point.
Yeah.
And then he's kind of like semi-rudely shut down by Theoden. And I love that as Aragorn passes, he just kind of like pats him on the shoulder. I was like, oh, good on you. And it's like just walks away. Like it's And then the scene whenever Aragorn's walking in and he's like, Legolas is in front of him, and Legolas is like, you look terrible, and they laugh together. I'm like, what a good friendship. What a good trio. I love these guys.
Yeah. Oh, and of course, how can we forget the Gimli reunion with Aragorn? Where is he? I'm gonna kill him. You know?
Luckiest man I ever knew.
Bless you, laddie.
And there's another scene where I feel bad for Gimli, because I'm like, dude, this guy's pouring his heart out to you, and Aragorn's immediately like, I got places to be, and he's like, oh, that way.
It's just not a good week for Gimli here.
Poor guy.
But that whole preparation sequence is really good, and I love Theoden saying, you know, what would you have me do? Look at my men, their courage hangs by a thread, you know, and the whole, you know, if this is to be their end, then I would have them make such an end as to be worthy of remembrance. It's good stuff. Like
it's true, because you know it's why he's pumping up Helm's Deep so much, because basically they have no morale left, and it's like the only thing keeping them in line is basically this impregnable fortress, and you know the legends of how no one has ever conquered it, you know, because like, you know, if he's being like, oh, they're gonna overwhelm us, it's like there wouldn't be anybody left there, you know.
In a way, like so Aragorn does sort of take the lesson to heart, I think, because obviously later on Legolas is bringing up the same concerns the Fellowship is, and we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves, so don't be hasty. we should bring that up when it happens and move on, but suffice to say, I think Aragorn does, as somebody who is himself a future king, is taking this advice to heart. Like, dude, yes, I know all of your concerns. I know all this stuff. You're not actually telling me new information. I'm trying to tell you these people need hope.
Their interaction there is so freaking good, because, and it's almost like it adds to the despair, because at first you're like, dude, this guy has so much false confidence. He's not listening to reality, but you're almost hoping that Theoden's going to be like, listen, I got a trump card. Just like, trust me. Like, justify this confidence to me. But for this guy who's been like, no, we'll last, it'll be fine, like we'll rebuild, it'll be okay. And then for him to like basically have an aside with just, you'd be like, yeah, I know, dude, I know, okay, like what do you want me to do? You're like, oh gosh, like if you're not confident in our chances, then frick. Like
the bravado he's putting on is for his people. He knows amongst his trusted circle this is not good. You know.
And then we get the incredible "Where was Gondor" scene.
Oh yes. That's so good. Because I also love too the who will come, elves, dwarves, you know, we are not so lucky in our friends as you. That's such a good line.
It's like, it's adding to the despair of the scene so bad, because you're like, dude, 2 scenes ago you were like that, we'll rebuild, we'll be okay. And for him to like end this monologue with, no, Aragorn, we are alone. I'm like,
yeah.
Oh, whoa, no.
It's good. And like, as the battle goes on, Theoden is more and more openly pessimistic. Like, he's kind of hiding his pessimism right now. And eventually he does end up with some bravado as the battle starts with his, is this it? Is this all you can conjure, Saruman? Because like he was expecting worse. And of course it does come. But I do like this bit of Theoden kind of beefing up and hyping Helm's Deep, and then just like you said, privately aside, I know, play along for 10 minutes, man. You know, and that's really good stuff. But unless we have more to say here, we have another exposition dump, which shouldn't work, but does, because it is serving multiple purposes. Like I said, no scene in this film serves just one purpose. Galadriel and Elrond to summarize the plot again. And it's good. It's really good, because I remember in the appendices, Peter Jackson talks about a map scene we're getting ready to see with Faramir, and I can't remember his captain's name, but or his lieutenant's name, but he's a recurring character.
Good guy, that.
Yeah, they're looking over the map, and like Peter Jackson saying, we kind of needed to bust out a map and show people, because we've introduced multiple cultures in this film. We've expanded on multiple locations. The plot is all over this map. We need people to understand the geography of this fight. And so we have two scenes that do that. We have this scene of Galadriel and Elrond talking about how, okay, the ring has now come to Gondor through Faramir, and it is very, very close to being right where it wants to be, in the hands of men. And at the same time, Gondor is being absolutely oppressed by the orcs of Mordor. On the other side of this conflict, Saruman is pressing in on Rohan, and these things are happening simultaneously. And furthermore, the other thing this scene does is end with a question, which is, are we going to just sit by and let this happen? Which Galadriel is asking Elrond. And for good reason, because we're setting up something that is not in the book here. But this little scene, I really like this scene. It summarizes the plot well without feeling like it's people talking to each other about what they already know, which is hard to do.
Yeah.
Exposition dumps in movies are so tricky to pull off, because, if you don't, because sometimes if you don't have it, you can leave the audiences lost, or your story can suffer. Or if you do put it in and it's very obviously an exposition dump, it just comes off as really tacky and is not well written. And so I was always impressed with how this was done in this, because it was just very, it just was so, it felt so natural to the story. It felt like it was part of the narrative, that it wasn't just there for our benefit, that it actually was serving a purpose.
Yeah, it actually took, to your point, it took the special features for me to realize what it did. Because to me, it's like, oh yeah, that's the scene where they talk. It's one of a bunch of scenes in a movie. And then in the special features for me, like, oh yeah, we needed all this exposition. I'm like, that was exposition. Oh yeah, I guess that's what you're doing there. But to me, it's just like, Galadriel is worried about this. She's like, what do we do? And Elrond's like, I don't know. I'm like, it's just two characters talking to me.
Right. And it's like I said, there's two scenes that do this back to back. And the whole purpose of this is to make it crystal clear, because we're about to enter a bunch of action. Like the back half of this movie is very action heavy. And Jackson and company are trying to let you know, okay, before we open the floodgates, literally, we want you to understand what's going on, because if you don't, then all of this action sort of fails, right? And they're really good at not only putting the stakes, but also the central mission of the ring in focus. Like, this war is happening, but it's happening in relationship to this ring quest that is going on with Frodo and Sam.
To harken back to something that we kept talking, that we found that came naturally up again and again, and the other one is great transitions. Transitioning from this scene of dialogue into Frodo being marched blindfolded and stuff is a very, very solid, like, we've established how freaking tense things are and how hopeless things seem to be. Now let's check up on Frodo, who's blindfolded and being sent off with the like, it's it's brutal.
And again, this sequence is not in the book, where Frodo and Sam are marched to Osgiliath. Faramir lets them go, although he does take them to the window on the west. This scene is out of order.
It could also be helpful to just like talk about, I guess, the different stories in bulk. Maybe.
Yeah. I agree. It's okay that it's out of order. It's not a big deal. But before Frodo and Sam are marched to Osgiliath, they are brought to a place called the Window on the West, which is not named in the film, but is very beautifully revealed to us as like this cool cave behind a waterfall that Gondor is using as a base of operations in Ithilien. I really liked this location. But moreover, the most important thing about this is a lot of the character work that's happening here, because we barely know Faramir. In fact, do we know his name yet? I don't think so.
I don't know. I'm trying to think of when was the first time it's spoken. Is it in the flashback? Do we learn it in the flashback?
It might have been spoken by his lieutenant at some point.
Okay.
Yeah, because I don't believe there was any like formal introduction or anything of him. Like, he might have been referenced or somebody might have said his name, but I don't remember any type of introduction.
Well, his introduction was when they captured Frodo and Sam in Ithilien, and he did not introduce himself. He did not come out and be like, "I'm Faramir, Captain of Gondor." You know, like that's not what happened. He just kind of said, "Bind their hands," and they left, right? So I don't think we even know his
I know.
name.
Wait, I know it's whenever he's questioning them and they say, "We set out with 9 companions," and there's Boromir, and he's like, "What do you know of Boromir?" And that's whenever there's like, he's my brother. He reveals that he's his brother, and I think his name probably comes within that scene.
I think so too, because and that's where I was transitioning to anyway. So thanks. So they discuss Boromir because, as it turns out, Faramir is his brother, and these aren't men of Gondor. And for a while, I thought the dialogue was a bit clunky. That Frodo introduces the Fellowship and then conveniently only names Aragorn and Boromir. Like he's like, and there was an elf and a dwarf, and like 2 of my kinsmen. But it makes sense that that Frodo, knowing he is in Gondor, goes, okay, there were 2 men with us.
Yeah.
And these were these guys, so maybe them, kind of thing, so upon deeper reflection, I thought, okay, maybe that criticism doesn't hold.
Yeah, I think that's intentional. There are 2 men with us, it feels like he's trying to be like, hey, I'm on your side.
Yeah, there were 2. It's not just a bunch of foreigners. There were some men amongst us. This is one of those things I mentioned in the previous episode, that there is one scene that I think should not like, with these extended scenes, you can argue that some of them could be cut for time for theatrical release, and I'm okay with that, but not this one. This is one that absolutely should have been in the theatrical release. And I think the theatrical release is a little weaker for not having it, because we flash back to Boromir in his prime, full on Gondorian armor in Osgiliath after sweet victory, just hyping like we mentioned Dune earlier. I'm gonna make another Dune comparison. Like, you watch Dune and in 10 minutes you have this intense loyalty to House Atreides. I feel the same way about Gondor in this scene. Like, he hypes up Gondor and you're like, yeah, for Gondor.
I've been Gondorian all my life.
Exactly. Exactly. So yeah, and it's nice to reestablish Sean Bean as Boromir here. He's so welcome in this scene, and it's like coming back to an old friend. And then we're introduced to his dynamic with Faramir, which is just great. Like, they're the best brothers ever. Like, Faramir, and I'm trying to avoid bringing Denethor into this strictly and focus on them first. Like, their relationship with each other, like, if not for their father, let's leave Denethor out, they are just the best brothers. You know, like, they support each other, they're on each other's side, like, they understand each other's strengths and weaknesses, and they are 100% in each other's corner. And I love that. I love that so much.
I hate the bad rep Boromir gets sometimes. I freaking love his character so much. And I think that undue reputation was allowed to live on whenever this scene was removed from the theatrical cut of Two Towers. Because, like, dude, how do you not think that this man is just incredible? You know, break out the Elves, manifest. Like, he's just like this. I love this man. And she put, like, just their brotherly relationship, you know, like, remember this day, little brother, for today life is good. Like, I want to have an ale with this guy so freaking bad.
He's the best big brother, man. Like,
yeah.
Because we'll find out, of course, that Faramir has an absolutely terrible relationship with his father, an awful abusive relationship. But the cool thing is, like, it could be so easy for Boromir, you know, the favored son, you know, like the apple of his father's eye, to live in that and soak that up and be like, yes, of course, I'm the best father. He's trash, you know. But instead, he's like, no, like, you don't understand. He's your son and he loves you.
The victory belongs to Faramir as well.
Yeah. And, like, he is so for his little brother, and that is so cool to me. Like, it's an awesome shade to his character. It's awesome shade to his color. It's like a Bob Ross program here.
Just a happy little accident.
Ain't these happy little arrows in his chest.
Oh my gosh.
I think Denethor thinks Faramir was a miserable little accident.
Yeah, honestly.
Oh, I can't wait to talk about him in the podcast Return of the King. Oh,
well, he gets a good scene here, and if you're watching the extended editions in order, then your introduction to John Noble's Denethor is here.
Super interesting to me. It's so odd.
It is, because, like, his introduction in Return of the King is perfect. And it's hard for me to remember what it was like with this not being the introduction to Denethor. And thinking about it now, it is kind of jarring. Like, we have heard of Denethor before, not by name. We've heard Boromir ad nauseum talk about my father, the steward of Gondor. You know, like,
when my father hears that.
Yeah. But we have heard of Denethor before, but to see him and for him to immediately but like the first thing he is like, oh, where's Boromir? He's my man. And you're thinking, oh, good brothers, good dad. And then like he turns to Faramir and he's like, oh, but if not for Faramir, wouldn't the city still be standing? And weren't you entrusted to protect it? And then the crushing thing to me, like that would have been bad enough. It's when Faramir's like, we would have done, but our numbers were too few. And he goes, oh, too few. Like that is unnecessary, man. Like, gosh, what an abusive jerk.
The moment where Boromir storms off is just so, I don't know. I love Faramir getting to see how angry it makes Boromir. Like,
yes,
for me to be like, always he longs to seek your approval, and you, or whatever the line is, and he's just like, he's out of there, and you're like, dude, Faramir, look at Boromir, like, look at how much he freaking.
You give him no credit, but he tries to do your will.
Oh yeah,
I think it is. Yeah, it's good.
And then just the horrible. I mean, like, I know the qualities of Faramir, and they are few.
So rude. And it keeps going, like, because we find out that this is why Boromir showed up in Rivendell. Is his dad basically said, hey, they found the ring, you need to bring it here, which again paints Boromir again in a more sympathetic light, because he's under this pressure not only for defending his kingdom, and as he reveals to Aragorn privately, like, it's been long since we've had any hope. Like, Boromir is doing here what Theoden is doing at Helm's Deep. Like, he doesn't actually have any hope that this conflict is going to bear out in Gondor's favor. He's putting this show on for his people. And we get that plus the pressure of his father being like, bring this ring home. It'll change everything, you know? So, and that trickles down to Faramir's character, because I think, not to give too much credit to this crowd, but there are some who say that Faramir's character is assassinated in the films. And I think in the theatrical cut, they have a bit of a point. But here we get such a compelling motivation for Faramir that I think is deeply sad, you know, because he does that whole, you know, if there's need to go to Rivendell, send me in his stead, you know. And we actually establish the line it's a 3-beat in the extended edition, but in the theatrical it's just a 2-beat with the a chance for Faramir, captain of Gondor, to prove his quality. Like in the theatrical cut, Faramir says that, but we don't know that he's repeating his father.
Yeah.
You know, and that changes the line a bit. And of course, Sam will say, you know, you have shown your quality the very highest, you know, which,
and it's so much more powerful if you trace it back to the vindictive words of a father, like abusive father.
Exactly. So I feel like across all 3 films, the one scene that absolutely should not have been cut in the theatrical edition is this one.
Yeah. And I just get that heartbreaking parting where, you know, earlier, I mean, we have the 2-beat here where it's, you know, remember this day, little brother, for life is good. And then whenever he's in his fellowship garb and he's on his horse and he just says, remember this day, little brother, and rides off to what we know is his death. And like,
and the last time they saw each other.
Oh, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah. My goodness, this whole scene is phenomenal. I can't believe it was cut, even for a theatrical edition.
I feel like it. I mean, you guys kind of like already said everything I wanted to say about this scene, but I definitely agree it should have not have been cut from the theatrical, because it just like adds so much more weight to Boromir's death, and also just seeing like the dynamic between him and his brother, and also with their father and everything, which also makes a huge impact in Return of the King. It's like one of those scenes where like I feel like it's so pivotal to those characters, and like it doesn't really make sense why they cut it from the theatrical release, honestly.
Yeah, I adore even the Two Towers theatrical cut. I think is a great film. Do not get me wrong, but I think that this is the one cut that is actually damaging. In all of them, most of them, they're not damaging. It's just I really like that flavor and I wish I had more of it. But this is the one where I'm like, ooh, this was an ill-advised cut. This was a bad call. I would have picked something else. I don't know what off the top of my head, but something else would have gone instead of this.
Because I haven't seen the extended cut for Two Towers yet, but I could definitely say though, just from like your description of the scene and everything, I would have appreciated that so much more, like being in the theatrical. It would have added like so much more. I actually haven't seen any of the extended for all three of them yet. I've only seen the theatrical.
Wow.
Yeah, it's you need to see the extended. They're on HBO Max, so it's worth your time. They're long, but who cares? It's worth your time.
I'm out of here.
Okay, I actually take that back. I actually have seen one extended scene. I did go onto YouTube and I watched Saruman's death, mostly because my first introduction to that was the Trollololo. So I wanted to see the original version of it, so I went and watched that.
I know we should really cover that in Return of the King, but the thud when he lands on the spike is like, oh my gosh.
The whole line, like, shoot him down.
Mary's whole like, yeah,
that's me. I'm like, oh
yeah. Okay, well, we did miss a Merry and Pippin scene, but I don't think it's terribly consequential to go over. I think we should cut back to them with the Entmoot. So before that, we have the Forbidden Pool scene because Faramir had asked them where their gangrel friend with the ill-favored look went, and Frodo was like, "Oh, there was no other," and of course that the polygraphs determined that was a lie. And they find Gollum singing this song, killing a fish. I love that little song.
yeah,
It's good. I can't do the Gollum voice, so I'm not going to sing it, but it's really good. And it's simultaneously gross and cute at the same time. Like, I don't know. You just got to see it for yourself because it's disgusting and revolting, and at the same time, oh, look at him. He has no idea how gross he is. He's just having a good time.
That scene almost kind of reminded me a little bit of just like how good the sound design was in this like whole trilogy, because sometimes you really can tell with a movie if it has bad sound design or not, and like this one really did, because just like all the gross sounds going on in the scene, it just made the scene come alive so well.
Yeah, like the moment I think we're all thinking of is like he's singing and he's like smacking the fish as like punctuation to his, and then like when it shifts to him realizing the fish isn't dead yet and he just like that's when it goes back from cute to gross like immediately. It's like, oh no, don't do that. I was starting to sympathize with you. And then Faramir's like, should we kill him? And in a way, like, I can imagine this being incredibly tempting for Frodo. I think it's more tempting in the book where Faramir is not openly hostile, although he hasn't really been yet. But I can imagine it being tempting for Frodo. Like, this is the second test of Frodo going, oh, well, we have guides now. We have people that can point us in the right direction. I don't need him anymore. I could just end it right now and be free of this thing. And still chooses, no, it's not right to stick him like this. it's not right to just have him murdered just for wanting a fish. And it's kind of sad and heartbreaking that Gollum completely misinterprets this entire act of mercy for trickery, because that's what happens. I'm trying not to monopolize the time here.
This scene is like, we spent so much time in the first episode just talking about how dark and depressing this movie is, and this is where it's like the knife has slowly been turning in the wound this whole movie. Like it's constantly getting worse and worse, and this is where like instead of like the slow, it's like they just twist it and it becomes the most just soul crushing, depressing movie ever. Where like it's seeing whenever Gollum's like he's so skeptical, he's like, we must leave now, and he's like, yeah, like he's like a loyal little dog. Like whenever he puts the fish in his mouth and he's like looking from side to side, I'm like,
his big old eyes.
Yeah, I know, like we must protect this, and like whenever it is so sad, whenever he's grabbed and the first thing he does is he looks for Frodo and he's like, master, like he's like begging for help, and Frodo's he's doing as much as he can. He's like, hey, don't struggle, it's okay. Like there's scene. Like I do love Faramir's character throughout both the Two Towers and Return of the King, but I want him to have his face punched like 8 times in the scene when he orders Smeagol's beating. I'm like, that scene just physically hurts me. I hate seeing him tortured like that. Like it's so horrible. It makes me so freaking sad every time, and I get so much anger like within me towards Faramir in that moment.
And Sam is somewhere looking behind a crate going, get him again. I'm kidding, of course, but yeah, it feels like it's not a betrayal from Frodo. It's a tremendous act of mercy and really sticking his neck out for this thing, for Gollum. And there's no way for Gollum to see it other than as a betrayal.
And I've always had the thought, like, had this not happened, had Faramir just like cooled it and just waited to hear them out, Gollum may not have turned, or Smeagol may not have turned, because at this point, we're well past the whole, Smeagol is free. Like Gollum has not been seen since, right. And he doesn't make his return until after the beating. Yeah, it's like, dude, he was Smeagol, man. Like if you had just not done this, things would have been different.
Yeah. Or at least could have,
Yeah, the possibility, had they just been sent on their way,
But that's kind of, that's why it has to happen.
I know. I'm always hoping that I had somehow stumbled upon an alternate cut whenever I watch it. Like this is the one disc in existence where they don't beat Gollum.
Yeah, and the sadness of the body language too, of like Gollum huddled on the floor and covering his face and talking to himself is really, really sad. Like
the intentionally biting dialogue from Gollum to the immediate sobbing of Smeagol is like, oh gosh.
Yeah. Smeagol is that part of himself that is really feeling bad for himself. Like, I've really been done wrong by this world. And Gollum is that part of himself that's like, we're gonna give it back, Yeah. And it's just, I don't think we really need to go very much into the dialogue itself, but the heart of it is that Gollum is resurgent because it feels like a gross betrayal.
Yeah. There is nothing trustworthy except the precious. Like,
right.
We went out on a limb and it didn't work out. So it's time to get the ring back.
Yeah. And this is where Faramir learns exactly what's at stake here, because he asks, what did they steal? Because Gollum is, they stole it from us. And the my precious yell followed by that is so good.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. You just know immediately after this, he's like, punch him again.
Shout out to Faramir's acting in that scene too. Like the eagerness in that question when he's like, they stole it from it. Like just looking at his face, and he's like, what did they steal? Like it's immediately what he's thinking. It's like,
Yeah.
It's a good performance. Good subtle little moment.
Yeah. Yeah. And is it here? I think it's here. Yeah, because I'm looking at the notes. Yeah, I think here we cut back again to Faramir confronting Frodo and saying, like, oh, so here it is. I happen upon you alone in the wild with a host of men at my call and the ring of power in my grasp. And it's like, oh, the ring's coming to Gondor now, which, again, with the context of that flashback sequence, is all the more richer and more heartbreaking. Because in the theatrical, it's just like, oh, okay, he's Boromir too, and this is more like, no. He is trying to be Boromir too to win the approval of his father, which is way more sad than just being innately Boromir too. Yeah. So that's the Forbidden Pool.
So that's the Forbidden Pool over there.
Can't swim after 9. No lifeguard on duty, so it's a real liability. So we move on from the Forbidden Pool to basically this episode, the scene with the Entmoot, where we check in on, like I said, there is a small Merry and Pippin scene between now and here. I think there's 2 actually. One where they witness the army of Isengard marching out, and Treebeard's like, there's always smoke rising from Isengard these days. And there's the scene where
that's a good scene.
It is.
But then again, you are very small.
The scene with the Ent drop, where they wake up in the morning and Treebeard is gone and they start drinking this water, and
I love that scene so much. Yeah. Just that scene, and then there's another one towards the end of the film that just like reaffirms they're the stoners of the Lord of the Rings.
Everyone knows I'm the tall one, you're the short one.
You're what, 36?
Pushing 37.
38.
Also, there's the whole part in that scene where it's like straight up Evil Dead, where the tree just starts like wrapping around them.
Yeah.
That part always looks so painful to me. Like the idea of like that massive trunk pressing in on your ankle, like the way it does. I'm like,
Yeah, it for whatever reason, it visually it's like a callback to me of when they fell down the hill in Fellowship of the Ring, and it looks like Pippin's leg is horribly broken. And I think I've broken something. Yeah, with the carrot, and it's like it gives me the same kind of, oh, that hurts feeling, But Treebeard stealing lines from Tom Bombadil comes out of nowhere with the "you should not be waking, away with you." First off, if you're gonna have somebody steal lines from Tom Bombadil, Treebeard is the guy to do it. I love Treebeard. This movie gets a lot of flack for the Ents kind of dragging the pace down, but let's face it, that's the point. Yeah. Don't be hasty, right?
You had,
and I like
Tom Bombadil.
I like that we're not hasty with the Ents, that we get to spend time with these incredibly interesting tree people whose perspective on the world is slower and older and not as quick to act,
Yeah.
which is what you would expect from a tree being, you know.
Yeah.
But also we get, because part of Saruman's evil is an aberration of nature, and destruction of nature. That is part of what makes him evil, and the Ents are the other side of that, which is like, to borrow a line, they're the Lorax of this story. They speak for the trees, you know, and they're essentially the voice of nature in this film. Of, you know, if you destroy wantonly this earth for your own gain, it's going to strike back in unexpected and horrible ways. Horrible for you, you know. And it starts with the Entmoot, which tis a gathering, you know. And I love the designs of all the different tree type Ents.
The
Like-
weeping willow is like nightmarish to me in a cool way.
Yeah, like I love all the, and also I love when they first come and Treebeard greets them. He's like, "Ooh, good, oh, chestnut ash, all have come," you know, like
The
I love
music
Treebeard.
there is so otherworldly as they slowly emerge. It's
Yeah,
like
and the sound design for the Ents, and we'll get to it later. There's a sound during the battle at Isengard that I have ingrained in my brain, but it's just
that it's the same one.
I can't describe it. I probably can't do it with my mouth either. But the way that they talk, by just like creaking and groaning, like just movement noises, is really cool to me. And it's so funny because we get to feel sort of what Merry and Pippin are feeling, because they start this conversation in the morning, and you're thinking, okay, this is it. All right, they're finally mad enough at Isengard to get together and decide we're going to march to war, and that is not
Before you
happening.
know it, we got a blue filter on.
Yeah. But yeah, I love the Ents. Their design is great, from the sound and visuals to they hold up really well, because most of them are CGI, and wow, I can't believe they look this good still.
Yeah.
I was actually just thinking that when I was watching it right before this, you know, throughout all the scenes with the Ents, that they look spectacular. And, you know, and of course, you know, in the nighttime scenes, they look even better, but like, even in, you know, the more, you know, where it's more lit, you know, during some of the battle scenes and stuff, they still look really good. And when we actually get to that point to talk, I actually pulled up a GIF of one part that I that I wanted to show.
Sure. Yeah, I love it. I have a feeling I know which part it is. But it's the one. It's like James had mentioned it earlier, that Peter Jackson has this great gift in this series to have this enormous battle going on, and for you to immediately focus on this really cool beat that's happening there. And that happens in spades with the Ents.
Yeah,
But,
really does.
and
And you know, I
it's-
think
you go ahead.
I was
You
gonna
go ahead.
I was gonna say, just going back to also what I just remember what Drew said when he was talking about like the whole like Evil Dead feel. But I think that, you know, just further like harkens back a little bit to, you know, Jackson's roots in horror, you know,
Yeah.
that you know, that he just likes to throw in that stuff every little, you know, every time, you know. Fellowship, there was a few moments of it, and I really enjoyed that one scene with the trees.
Yeah. And we'll be coming back to the Ents because we're far from done with them. But let's check back in with Team Rohan here. With
Oh, great. Things are still depressing.
yes, but this is probably my favorite form of poetic depression, where Theoden is getting his Batman suit up moment. And the whole where is the horse and the rider scene. Oh my goodness, that is cinema. Like there's a few moments, like I mentioned, what was the other cinema with a capital C moment we were mentioning earlier?
Ah, crap. What was it?
A new power is rising.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's a couple more coming, but this is one that I think is in that same league of, my goodness, we are watching art in front of our eyes.
It's it's funny. Back on whenever we did, Gabe and I were doing franchise fatigue, and this relates, I promise. That like in the Toy Story 2 episode, whenever just hear me out. In that episode, we were talking about how like the scene where he repairs Woody is its own weird little like ridiculously satisfying transcendent moment where it's like all of a sudden the world stops existing. You're like, I just got lost in this. So like it's like when, as we talked about it, I realized like there's a different kind, like there's a new category for me to think about certain scenes in, which is almost this like, I mean, it sounds dramatic, but it's almost like a feeling of transcendence. Like it's just all of a sudden everything outside of the screen is just gone, and you're just so floored and taken aback by a moment and are completely lost in it. And to me, this is one of those scenes where like the lighting is just next level with the single light coming in and the slow motion and the montages of the marching army and Bernard Hill like just giving Oscar worthy lines. It's just like that whole moment is just it's this little magnificent masterpiece. Like that scene is just incredible.
It get credit where credit is due. I don't know the actor's name, but the guy playing Gamling is doing a great job too.
Yeah.
Who am I, Gamling? You are king, sire. Like it's so solemn and so like, oh my goodness. And the lines themselves are spectacular, and of course they're from the book, but there's an observation, a line that stuck with me in the book where, because this isn't here in the book, it's earlier when they first get into Rohan, and Aragorn is the one to give us these lines as a song, and Legolas provides some commentary on it that I really, really like, where he says, "It's like unto this land itself, rolling and rich and filled with the sadness of mortal men." And it's like, that's exactly what I feel with this scene.
That's Rohan.
Yes.
Sure. You thought Aragorn flexes? No, bro, Rohan flexes, right?
That and I may be paraphrasing, but I promise it's not by much, because that line stuck with me the moment I read it, and it's been ingrained in there ever since. So I may be off by a few words, but it's not much. But filled with the sadness of mortal men. That's what this whole movie feels like almost. At least the Rohan side of the story definitely does. And like you said, James, the lighting in it is great. The voiceover and montage is so easy to do wrong, and this is a movie that does it better than anywhere else I can think of twice. 3 times even, if you count Galadriel and Elrond summarizing the plot. But I think that this one and one we see later are at the tippy top of perfection for voiceover monologues. And it's crazy that this one middle chapter of a trilogy gets 2 of those scenes. That's wild for me to comprehend. And it sells again the stakes going into Helm's Deep, because Helm's Deep, I can't believe we haven't even really touched on the battle yet, but there's so much of what's good about it is the buildup. There's and I promise this relates. There's an old Newgrounds video of tank men. I don't know if you guys ever saw this, but it's like these guys in perpetual war on different sides of the war, and like in one of these, they find like the first disc to Titanic in the rubble, and the other side finds the second disc, and the side that finds the first one's like, oh, this sucks, it's just all the boring drama and none of the action, and the other one's like, the other side's like, well, this sucks, it's all the action but none of the build up, none of the character moments are here, and then like they find each other, and then they realize what they have, and they do like a 3-hour truce to watch Titanic. So I say that to say this, like, there is a point there, which is that we're about to enter just bombast and crazy action for a long time. And for that to work, all of this buildup has to be in place. All of this character work, and it's still happening during the battle, but all of this sets it up beautifully. And I think we should shift into a little bit of Legolas losing his cool, followed by Aragorn very much losing his cool. Does anyone want to transition us into that scene? Well, when I said don't be hasty, I didn't mean for this.
Yeah,
I need Leo to be hasty.
This scene is like the amount of memes made about it. Like it's easy to recall it and kind of like chuckle, but like watching the movie, you're like, holy cow, this is heavy. Wait, hold on. Is this scene comes after though, whenever they're like taking the men and putting the armor on?
Yeah, I thought about that too. We do need to touch on that for sure.
Okay.
Theoden says that you're right to bring that up. Theoden says we need every man and strong lad able to bear arms. And I think it's part of the Where's the Horse and the Rider montage, where we go down into the caves where the refugees are, and they're separating old men and young boys from their families to give them weapons and stuff.
It's a hard scene. Oh,
yeah.
I think I brought it up in the first episode that like I got to see all 3 extended editions in the theater a couple of years ago, and of all of them, the Two Towers was the most like transformative viewing on the screen, where all of a sudden it's like it took on new life for me, and was almost caught off guard by the power in this scene, that I was legitimately just like sitting in my chair crying, like seeing like 12-year-old kids like pulled from their like just the images of the mothers trying to hold on as they leave and weeping, like it is
being put into armor that's too big for them, and like
that is the saddest image in the world, is a helmet too big going on to like a 12-year-old kid. I'm like, this is it is
worst case scenario. Like it is.
And like old men parting from their older wives, like just these couples that have probably spent like 6 decades with each other, just
like
being
he's
pulled
supposed
apart.
to be done with his hard work.
Yeah, it's so freaking depressing, dude. It's so sad.
especially
The
when
fact that they might not even see each other again.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. And also this is I think before the argument with Legolas, there's the scene where Halith, I think is his name, the kid, like Aragorn goes onto the steps leading into the keep, and there's a kid there, and he's like, the men say it is hopeless. They say we won't last the night. And Aragorn kind of like surveys his sword, and this is a good sword, and like all of that, like it's a touching moment of leadership from Aragorn. I think this is the moment where Aragorn kind of internalizes everything Theoden was saying in the prep, like, okay, I get what he was was saying there.
It took a meme literally last year to point this out, that he says he's Halith, son of Hama. Hama was the guy who got killed at the very beginning of the Warg attack.
Yeah.
like the guy, like the one who's killed by the scout.
Yeah.
And so it's like, dude, this is a newly a newly fatherless kid. That makes it even more. His dad was killed and now he's being sent off to war. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, this is even more sad than I thought for like 20 years of my life.
Yep. Yep. And honestly, like for a PG-13 film, this is, I think, the hardest war is ever described in a PG-13 film, where we're having like legitimate child soldiers on screen and having to approve is a strong word, but having to sympathize with the idea that it must happen.
Yeah.
Like that is not something you would typically see in a PG-13 depiction of warfare, much less something fantastical as Lord of the Rings. And I think it does give this film an identity that the others don't have, because when we get to Return of the King, like, yes, it's hopeless, perhaps even more hopeless, but the people doing the fighting are soldiers. They're well provisioned, well stocked, well prepared, and in fact have been preparing their whole lives for this very scenario. But here at Helm's Deep, it's basically a bunch of farmers and peasants and people that have been caught off guard by this sudden invasion, and it's as ugly as war gets. Which leads into Legolas. Like you said, James, it's easy to meme because it is kind of funny that Aragorn and Legolas are having this argument in Elvish, and then the only thing in English spoken is Aragorn yelling, and then I shall die as one of them, which is unsettling if you're listening. But I think really that's the point. Because Legolas is openly expressing these frustrations and worries and fears that he's having, but he is being a little more courteous than Aragorn is giving him credit for by shifting into a language he knows these guys can't hear. It's a good argument too.
I don't know if this is just kind of reaching, but there also feels to me like Aragorn, there's a sense of, I mean, it's probably because he's man, they're man, but like there's a sense of belonging that Aragorn has there that Legolas and Gimli always just look like they stick out. And I've always, like, that scene's always felt like Legolas is carrying himself with a sense of otherness, like he's like acknowledging that he's going to fight with them, but it doesn't feel like, oh, I'm one of them. Like he's standing apart, looking around, describing this other group.
Right.
And he's even through a different language describing them. And so I feel like there's some intention behind like the line "I shall die" as one of them being spoken in their language,
men.
their own. Yeah. And so there's a sense of like, I'm not just fighting with them, I am of them, I am associating myself with them, and if they die, I die, because we are together in this.
I think it's your interpretation is corroborated by the culmination of this scene with the elves' arrival. Because it's sort of, we have an elf being like, oh, these men are in a hopeless situation. Can't you see this is just stupid and bad and pointless and they're all going to die? And Aragorn, being a bit touchy-feely about that very subject, followed almost immediately, although there's a bit of material between, but almost immediately by elves showing up and being like, yeah, we're not going to let you die alone like this, without a fight. Which, again, not in the books, but who cares? It's awesome. And it's funny, I've seen even hardcore apologists go, yeah, it's good though. Like hardcore book apologists be like, yeah, but not so much an issue with this one.
Yeah. Because you feel the spirit of Tolkien in that, like once our people fought together, we are here to honor that.
Right.
Oh, that feels right. That feels like something Tolkien would have been like, oh, okay.
Yeah, like if he had thought about it on a third or fourth draft, this might have happened.
Yeah.
like, so yeah, it's good. But I also like Gimli doing his whole like leave him be, laddie, like let him cool down, man. Like, don't, which is funny because like we typically view Gimli as the hothead of the group, but there are actually multiple instances of Gimli being the one to settle things down a bit or be caught off guard. Like we mentioned in the previous episode when Legolas goes to the "you would die before your stroke fell." Gimli has this look on his face like, dude, de-escalate a bit. Like, like, I wasn't meaning for this to go this far, and it's easy for Gimli to be written off as a comedic character because he's about to spend a lot of time just being
It's a little tight across the chest.
Yes.
It was deliberate.
You could have picked a better spot. But yeah, like we're about to get a lot of funny Gimli, but I do like to point out these moments where he is, in a way, kind of like the emotional anchor of these two, because they're both losing their crap right here, and Gimli's just like, "Hey guys, take it back a notch," which is odd, but I like it. I like that, and we should get across to the elves showing up, but I don't want to skip over Legolas apologizing to Aragorn and saying I was wrong to despair, and Aragorn, being the good dude he is, saying there's nothing to forgive. Like, oh, that's so good. That's
These
so
guys.
good. And that's of course when Gimli is.
Dude, Viggo Mortensen has incredible like comedic talent, I think.
Yeah.
Just, it's so much of it is just subtle, like whether it's the beards, or I think we talked about something earlier, but even here, like whenever he says it's a bit tight across the chest, and he's just like just like the face he gives is so funny to me.
Well, I like later on when they're at the postern gate and they look across and Gimli's like, "You'll have to toss me," and he goes, "It's a long way."
Not a word.
Yeah, they're both really funny there. Like, of course, Gimli's doing most of the comedic work, but Aragorn is doing great too. So yeah, I agree. Viggo Mortensen is subtly funny.
Yeah.
Sometimes with just smiles. Like, I know the point you were talking about is when Legolas was like, "You look terrible," and he just like grins.
Oh yeah. Oh, so likable.
Yeah. And then we hear horns, and that is no orc horn.
Actually, just reminded me, because since you were talking about the rapport of Gimli and Legolas, that I just might have to write a viral hair article about how Gimli is a dwarf woman who's in love with Legolas, and that's why they have such a rapport together.
I'm going to boot you from this meeting. My goodness. But Haldir and a bunch of elves from Lothlorien show up, and I love how happy Aragorn is about this. Like, like Theoden is keeping his kingly composure, like, "Oh, this is good. This is good news." And Aragorn's just like, bro hug.
I freaking love it.
I love how profoundly uncomfortable Haldir is too with it. It's just like, Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I love, so whenever Haldir is giving a speech there about how he's there to honor the bonds they once shared, in the background you see Legolas beaming with an insane pride, like as he's talking about like, we elves are here to honor that. Legolas is like, he's never been more happy to be an elf in all his life in the back. Like, and now all of a sudden he's across the line. He's no longer standing on the Rohan side. He's over chilling with the elves. Like, yeah, we're here. It's like, it's a cool little background character moment that I think is like Legolas he's proud of his people in that moment. And I think it's really cool.
Yeah.
Also, Haldir has my favorite armor of the entire 6 film saga in this. Like, it is when he
Yes.
shows up and he's got the red cape with the gold armor, it is like, oh my gosh, he looks so freaking sick. It's so cool.
Drew wanted to speak and probably hasn't in 40 minutes, so let's give him the
That's
floor.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I love the elves' arrival at this part. Like you were mentioning, just the way that Aragorn and even like Legolas like react to it, it's just so good. And it's like a nice calm before the storm, because there's a big storm coming. And yeah, man, just also another perfect example of just pure cinema. Just the amount of people that they have on this set is just insane and so good. I don't know. I just freaking love it. Like, part of the reason why I think the Two Towers is probably my favorite is because of Helm's Deep. To this day, I don't think it's ever been matched. Like, there's things that have come close to it, but like, I've never seen a battle like this before in cinema.
Yeah, it's very special. And I think so I go back and forth because I feel like the Siege of Gondor is a contender for different reasons. But Helm's Deep is so much more intimate and elementally terrifying, which is a flavor I really, really go for. So, yeah, I just the arrival of the elves is like a good shot in the arm before all goes to crap.
Like the second bit of good news in a 3.5 hour movie.
What was the first? Oh, Gandalf's back. Gandalf's back.
Yeah.
That's it. And now he's not back. He's back, but he's not here.
But like, to your point, like it is a nice little reprieve in the calm before the storm. And I think the movie knows that, and it shows it in its filmmaking, because they don't just show up. We get the horn, and we get turning the somber Lothlorien music from Fellowship into a battle theme is like the coolest thing Shore's ever done. And
I love the Lothlorien theme in all its iterations. It is, I think when I was a kid, I thought it was kind of boring. And like as an adult, I can't imagine how stupid I must have been to think like it may be my favorite theme of any place in Middle Earth, which is saying something. And because I mean, there's Rohan, there's Lake Town, there's so many really, really good ones. But I love both the incredible rich sadness of Fellowship's Lothlorien and the blood pumping awesome warrior version of this here.
Yeah,
it's
and
so good.
The movie loves it too, because it's like we get all the different shots. I love the images of like some of the Rohan soldiers being like, oh man, this is sick. Like just the amount of like different cuts we have of them watching as this like well-oiled machine of an army walks through. They're like, frick yeah, dude, this is what we needed.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, my goodness. It's a great scene. Before we start the battle proper, let's not be hasty, because we have to check in with the Ents, who, as Mary points out, it's nighttime already, and they've only finished saying good morning. Which I really, really feel Mary's frustration. And let's give Mary his due here, because it could just be a simple let's check in with the Ents now because we have to, or this, it'll come out of nowhere. It could feel that way, and I feel like when I'm in the bloodlust battle fever of Helm's Deep, it's sometimes watching this scene I do go, oh, dang. But there's this cool bit with Merry and Pippin where Pippin is saying, you know, maybe this is just too much for us. Maybe we should go home. You know, after all, we've got the Shire. And Merry has this great line, you know, where he says, you know, the fires of Isengard will spread and the woods of Buckland and Tuckborough will burn. There won't be a Shire, Pippin. Like, that is, I mean, it keeps the goal in focus here for the hobbits, because in a way, like, it could be easy to be like, really, what is their stake in this? You know, like, they could just go home and call it done. But no, like, Mary's got a really good point here. If a difference is not made here, the Shire is no safe refuge forever.
Yeah.
And that's what's at stake here. And Merry, and this is a trait that's going to be there for Merry carrying into Return of the King, is very concerned that his friends are out there risking their skin and dying. And he feels like he's contributing nothing. And he's trying to get these incredibly powerful beings to get with the program, because he's making the argument for himself and for Pippin, but it is an argument that also applies to the Ents. Like, you guys can stay out of this for as much as you like, but it's open war is upon you, whether you would risk it or not. You know, and it just strikes me that that's a shared theme for all three groups, both the hobbits, the Rohirrim, and the Ents, and really for everyone in Middle Earth. You know, the war is here. There's no waiting left to be done, and it is frustrating to see these very powerful but also very slow beings not fully coming to terms with that yet. That's all I have to say about it. If anybody wanted to add more, and I'm sorry I've been monopolizing the time here.
No, I really agree, because, you know, I love the Ents. You know, it's kind of funny because, like, watching like the Two Towers, like the Ents are like one of my favorite parts and like the most frustrating part. You know, that it's like, you know, that you want it to speed up, you know, but at the same time, it's just they're so different than what you normally see in like fantasy. And so it's just like it's so interesting just seeing like what their culture is like, how they talk, how they act, what their philosophy of life is. And you know, and I almost kind of feel like, I don't know, Merry and Pippin almost feel a little bit almost like kind of a surrogate for the audience, almost a little bit, you know, because you're sitting there on the edge of your seat, like waiting, like, okay, come on, are you gonna do something? All right, when are you gonna do it? Come on, you know. But it's just it's a wonderfully executed scene, though.
Yeah. I want to take an editorial decision here, and I want to conclude everything up to the Entmoot before we switch back to Helm's Deep, because I feel like once we switch back to Helm's Deep, we're not going to be able to stop that boulder rolling down that hill. So I have in the notes here, it takes a long time to create content, and we do not create content unless it is worth taking a long time to create. So that's a bit of an apology for the length of this video, but but guys, I quote this all the time, like not even just corrupting it like I did, but just verbatim. You know, it takes a long time to say anything in Old Entish, and we do not say anything unless it is worth taking a long time to say. That is a philosophy which resonates with me, which is why I'm okay with these 4-hour movies.
Yeah.
It is worth taking a long time to say. I feel like that should be like, if you're gonna have like a cheap like movie poster type box for an extended edition box set, that should be the quote along the bottom. You know, like, that's my philosophy with this, because my goodness. It's
the
so
Ents
true.
force patience, and I think it's needed.
Yeah.
But
yeah, absolutely. And they conclude humorously, because there's that bit where like Treebeard's like, we have decided, and then nods off.
Oh.
And that bit from Mary where he's like,
Yes.
hello. Yeah, he says yes. We've decided you're not orcs.
The smile from him in that scene is awesome.
Well, Pippin, where he's like, well, that's good.
But like after Treebeard says that, he smiles to them like he's like expecting them to be so. He's like, "You're not orcs." Like it's like, "Aren't you happy? Like this is good news."
The funny thing is, Pippin is happy. He's like, well, that's good news. Mary's just having none of it.
I maintain it, and I know I've already said it in the first episode, but Merry and Pippin really are, to me, like the gold standard of secondary characters. Like if you want to know how to create them and develop them and give them importance, like they are the top of that category. It's like the scene that you had mentioned where like Pippin is talking to him about the shard, like that is a very important moment for both characters where like Pippin is giving those lines very confidently, and he's like, and honestly, without thinking about it too long, it sounds very reasonable. And like in a weird way, despite him being wrong, it's like it's kind of a moment of maturity for Pippin, where he's like, what can we do? You know, like there is a place that we do belong, you know, let's go back to the Shire. And it is a moment of kind of reflection for him where he's like, he's always been the one like, let's go out and do something, let's do this and do that. And like, you know, it's like, you need people of intelligence for this. Like he's always been so proactive in that. And I do think there is a sense of maturity in him being like, what can we do? You know, the Shire is ultimately the place for us. And his moment of maturity just happened to be overshadowed by Mary's seeing the big picture in that moment. And like just their journey from where they were when we first met them in Fellowship to Mary being, you know, like all that was once green and good in the world will be gone. Like,
that's a good line too.
Yeah.
Like I said before in the previous episode, and I think what we've seen in this half corroborates what I said, that Mary is like the Frodo of Hobbit B Squad. He is the leader of the Merry Pippin duo. And I love their rapport here. And Pippin has his day in the sun coming up, of course. But I think we have to go back to the line Aragorn said was Gandalf speaking in riddles, where he says, Merry and Pippin's coming to this forest will be like the small stones that start an avalanche, you know. And I think Merry is, I mean, he wasn't there to hear those lines, but he's sort of picking up what Gandalf was putting down. Like Pippin's still wondering, what can we do? And Mary's like, we can drive these guys into our side, you know, like that. We can win some powerful allies, if nothing else.
I love that Pippin picks up on it. And he's like, no, turn around. Let's go another way. Like that. I love that Pippin gets his I mean, like you say, he gets his day in the sun.
And I think it's fine to go ahead and move that here as well, because I don't want to have the last march of the Ents out of order, because I think that comes at exactly the right moment. But I think we can't have the closer we are to danger, the farther we are from harm.
Oh yeah, that's where the whole doesn't make sense to me, but you are very small.
Yeah. That line, because the Entmoot decides that they should just stay out of it, which is kind of a bold move, because you would think, if you're like following this story, you're thinking, oh, okay, it's going to take a while, but they're going to come to the right decision, you know, and they're going to really wake up, and this thing's going to be over for Saruman in a flash. And then they don't, you know, then their decision is, nah, this is not for us. and it takes Pippin having to demonstrate the stakes to them through rather shrewd manipulation on his part. But yeah, the whole Ent line is interlaced in this Isengard stuff. This Helm's Deep stuff. So I really wanted to talk about that so that when we pour into this Helm's Deep proper, we can just keep going, because this, I think, is the meat of the episode, and so it begins. Man, the setup where we have it's nightfall and you see the torches in the distance of the army approaching, the sound design of the army marching, and the slow build up, the music slowly tensioning up with the rainfall starting to happen, and
hearing the droplets on the armor as
Yes.
dude, that is so good.
Yeah, and of course we take all this tension and we give a little relief with Gimli's they're skimming over the wall and Gimli's helmet barely crests over the top of the wall.
Oh.
You could have picked a better spot. And I do love the detail that Gimli still chooses. Like he is actively choosing his section of the battle is with Legolas. That's neat.
One thing
Shall I describe it to you?
Go ahead, Byron.
One thing that I really liked about that opening scene too of at Helm's Deep is that I think it just further reinforces the movie, like giving you hope and then tearing that hope away. It's like happens so many times over the course of the whole runtime. And I love that it's like, we just seen, the elves coming to be their allies. And it was like this like rousing hope of like, wow, these like powerful allies have come. Oh, because, and you see like how militaristic they are, how, disciplined they are, they have the higher quality weapons and armor. And you're like, man, maybe they do have a chance. And then you pan out and you see all the Uruk-hai coming. It's just like miles of like, of this whole army coming. And you're like, oh crap, they don't have a chance. It's like they just ripped that hope that you just had a few minutes before right away.
There's still so many images in this opening we have to go over, like the Uruk-hai captain like on the rock. And them filing past him and that yell he does, and of course the Uruk-hai banging the spears on the ground. And my favorite part of that is the cutaway to the people in the caves, and they hear it, and it's terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
Like that was one of the most affecting images of this movie to me the first time I saw it in theaters, and the people in the caves hearing the chant and the bang of the spears outside, like if you're thinking of the logistics of that, like that has to be 10,000 men banging spears on the ground for you to hear that.
Yeah,
that's crazy. It's such a good way to remind you of what's at stake.
Yeah, that was the thing that like the theatrical showing really hammered home to me, is because like I've seen the movie probably like 100 times, to be completely like I've seen it so many times that it becomes like, oh yeah, this is this scene, this is this scene, this is this scene. But like because I was seeing in the theaters, like there's a sense of like, oh, this is different, like this is, man, what an incredible experience. And like from them just like the few hundred people just standing the line on Helm's Deep versus the thousands marching in with their torches, all of a sudden like it hit me in the theater, like this is, I know that every time I watch the Two Towers, like, oh, we end up getting Helm's Deep at the end. It was just like this second realization that like, oh, this is the culmination of all of the depression. All of the pieces have been moved around for this to happen. And then like you said, the images in the cave and hearing that. And I think part of it was the theater speakers, like the surround sound, just hearing the banging of the spears with these terrified children's faces. You're just like, oh my gosh, Two Towers has been heavier than I've ever thought. Like this is like devastating.
And knowing that, because you're thinking subconsciously, you're seeing those women and children in the caves, and you're thinking, yeah, but there are kids on that battlement right now.
Those are the faces of sad mothers who knows their kids are out there staring at the source of that thundering, spear shattering stuff.
And like normally it's kind of cheap to go, okay, we're having a climax, so it must rain, but my God, is it perfect for this? Like the atmosphere is so wonderful.
And I think Tolkien left room for Tolkien from the Silmarillion, because I'm reading through the Silmarillion again. He writes it in a way that like nature kind of reflects the goings on of the world. Like a red sun rises, blood has been spilled this night. So there's the feeling that like Middle Earth is aware of what's happening around it.
Yeah. Well, and we just got done talking about the tree people.
Yeah.
so it's like, that's definitely true here. And like another image that comes to mind, because there's a billion of them in this setup, like the before a single arrow is fired, there is 20 iconic images. And like one of them to me is that weird oblong Uruk-hai helmet with like the steam coming out when
Why is that so memorable?
I know. It's so good. Like I don't know, it's just they're so like yes, they're upright and they're like regimented soldiers, but they're so inhuman and weird and terrifying,
I have, after like the arrow goes through and we get the series of like all of the Uruk-hai open mouth, like like I've seen so many times that each one I'm like, okay, and then we see this guy and then this guy and then, like, and they're all memorable and they all look, there's the weird little thing about all of them.
I just love the snout helmet thing is just like that. For some reason that image stuck with me. It's so good, the whole thing. And the lest we forget, there's a few memorable faces on Rohan's side too, particularly missing eye guy.
That part scarred me as a 6-year-old for some reason. Like if all the stuff that happens in this movie, that was the moment whenever he turns around and his eyes gone, I was like
Isn't he the guy that accidentally unleashes the arrow first?
No, it's not the guy with one eye.
I think it is that.
I think he's a leadership position because he's one of the guys who like he turns his face and he shouts fire.
Right.
I think you might be right.
Yeah. Yep. But
I prefer to think of it as one-eyed man.
One-eyed Willie.
One-eyed Willie. It's like, no, Sloth is in the next movie. He's leading the armies of Mordor. So I can't believe I just made that connection. Gosh, I'll never see that. Gothmog is Sloth.
But just whenever my oldest sister saw it in the theater, she saw it with a friend, and she said whenever he showed up on screen, her friend literally just went, "Hey, you guys."
We'll get to it, but I like of all the like random secondary antagonists, Gothmog is my favorite. I freaking love that guy.
Yeah.
But the gosh, this setup for the Battle of Helm's Deep is great. And of course, James alluded to it in the outro to our last episode, but So It Begins, followed by that militaristic Lothlorien. Yeah, it's so good. And chaos erupts because that's what happens when battle happens. So we have a lot of Helm's Deep ahead of us. There's a few phases to this fight. There's of course the fight on the wall. Starts off just arrows, exchange for arrows, and then we get ladders followed by Gimli's good. He's so tired of just standing. Speaking of, I love that like when Gimli finds out that Legolas is so far ahead of him, he just camps out between the tops of two ladders and is hacking down anyone that comes up.
So good.
Like he is the guy purposely, he's camping to up his kill streak. He is deliberately not kicking those ladders down so that he could smack them down as they come up.
He's going for that tactical nuke, you know? The kill streak, baby.
And it's not captioned. You can absolutely hear it though. When Gimli is counting on the ladders and smacking them down and it goes out to that wide shot, you can hear him still counting. And he gets to 21 and he's like, it'll never end. He's just hacking them down.
Great.
It's such a good moment.
That's another thing I quote all the time. Like 21, 22.
I love how they're like having fun with it too, like Gimli and Legolas. Like it's just so good.
Yeah, because like Legolas has a smile. He's like, I'm on 17. He's like, he's smiling about it.
Yeah, I want to hear the conversation beforehand where they're like, yeah, so what do you think? I think it's going to get pretty bad. Want to see who kills more? It's like, yeah, if we live through this, let's count. Let's see who got more.
I wonder if they like bet like who would get more, like if there was like a prize or like a reward for those.
Yeah, you get my extra Lembas ration for tomorrow if we live through this and you get more.
Let's hope we last the night.
Yes, that's a good character moment too. Because gosh, there's so much going on here. But the wall phase consists mostly of just ladders and let me say too, the berserkers that just ride the top of the ladder as it's being raised.
They're so hyped about it too. They're like, yeah.
They have like no armor. They're just like wearing a loincloth, swinging a sword, and you're just like, that guy. Like, this is
bulk.
Like, orcs and urks are already crazy individuals, right? But these are the Uruk-hai that scare the other Uruk-hai, you know? Like, dude. We're putting you on top of the ladder. You know? You're the first
it's
guy
like
up.
the class in Dark Souls where like you literally have like nothing. Like I can't remember what the name of the class was, but like literally you just like wear a loincloth. It reminds me a lot of that.
Yeah. They're crazy. And the paint on them is really good. Like, I know they're basically just wearing a loincloth, but it's weird to say it, but like the costuming and makeup is still great on them.
They're like first of all, like they are just huge, hulking, like
8 foot tall men.
Yeah. Like they're so freaking muscle bound. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But like just they're covered in like liquid. They're just like they're drenched in like sweat and blood and gross. Like they're so nasty to look at. Like their flesh is so gross to look at. It's like, oh,
it's perfect for what they're doing. They are the intimidation factor, and it's great.
Yeah.
Well, I say like they don't have 20 intimidation factors. But...
Yeah.
You know, that was something I actually really liked too about the battle scene, is that by having these close-up shots of all the orcs, you know, like you said, in all their disgusting glory, it really kind of helped flesh out the entire army, you know, that it wasn't just a, you know, this faceless mass, you know, CGI mass, you know, because we saw, you know, the up close images of like how, you know, we saw 50 orcs all with, you know, like you said, with the, you know, one had like the tusk helmet, you know, and everything was different, and it just kind of impacted to you that, oh, like all 10,000 of these are different in their own way. They all look slightly different, you know, they act slightly different, and I don't know, it just kind of made it feel just more realistic, you know, than sometimes what we see in nowadays with films.
It gives it a sense of like there's something tactile about it, where you're like, oh, this is like these guys weigh a ton. Like they look like they're heavy. The sound of them smashing their spears sounds heavy. I see their muscle and their sweat. Like it gives you something that you just can't feel in a big CGI. Well, I mean, it is a big CGI battle, but it fools you into thinking that, oh, those big hulking monsters over there, that's what all 10,000 of those are. And you fool your brain into thinking this is all physical.
Yeah, it's like, and I love Star Wars, so don't take this as a knock on it, but like, if we're taking like the Empire, like stormtroopers have like a uniform and there's no deviation from it. Here there's uniforms for different classifications of these guys, but they still
whoa, there's like 8,000 stormtroopers.
Well, true, but you know what I mean, like within a regiment, like if you have 50 stormtroopers stationed on the same base, most of them are going to look identical. That's not true of any army in these films. And I recognize that uniformity in Star Wars is a matter of convenience, and also, again, intimidation factor of a different kind, which uniformity it can give. But here, it feels so real to have so varied of forces. Like we call out the one-eyed guy in Rohan because like that's a feature that stands out.
Yeah.
But there's 20, like that's an obvious one. But there's 20 faces. Like if I mention Rohan soldiers, you could recall them.
The kid who throws a rock from the ramparts.
Yeah, yeah. It feels like each army is made up of individuals.
Yeah,
and that is a really cool feeling.
Something that I love is that, in that depressing montage we were talking about where they're getting ready, you can see the same faces from that montage in the Helm's Deep battle. Like some of the kids on the top who are like, I saw you put your helmet on. And so there is a sense of like, these are real people. These aren't just like this. That kid probably grew up on some farm and now he's out here. And like, it's,
and if he lives through this, he's telling his kids one day about how he fought at the Battle of Helm's Deep. Like, and it doesn't tell us, we don't see it really, but some of those kids die. And that's,
and even me who loves my dark depressingness, I'm okay to not see the kids die.
Yeah. I mean, that's not
ain't nobody got time for that.
That's not something we're interested in here. And then we have speaking of berserkers, we have the Olympic torch run suicide bomber guy.
Legolas really drops the ball here.
Well, after telling everyone what the weaknesses on their armor were. But I love the pleading desperation in Aragorn when he's like, bring him down, like, because I don't think he understands exactly what's going to happen. He just knows it's not good for that orc to reach.
These guys are too excited about this guy with the torch.
Yes. I don't know what's going on, but that guy has to die. And then of course the
that dive is so memorable too to me. Like he flies like 10 feet, dude. 10 horizontal feet.
He's just like so excited to dive to his death, with that torch.
Talk about like just little moments of personality. Like I don't like it's not just because he has a torch. Like, no, dude, that guy is on a freaking mission. Whenever they said, all right, we need somebody to carry the torch, his hand shot up. He was like,
I totally want to blow up. This is gonna sound weird because we're talking about like these Uruk-hai attitudes. I want to go to their gym. What is an Uruk-hai gym?
Just death metal.
Yes. But that memorable wide shot too of the wall just blowing apart, and like there's like large chunks that it's damaging the Uruk-hai as much as it is anyone else. But
sound.
Was that like practical as well as CGI, like model work, or was that all CGI?
It was model.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I thought it was, but I wasn't sure.
They use a lot of what they call bigatures, which are miniatures but enormous. Like just about any time you see a tracking shot up a tower, you're seeing a bigature. And Helm's Deep was built as a set, but I don't think it was full scale. It was like, I don't want to say the scale, but it was still impressively big.
I think it was like 1/3 scale for like the shot of them approaching, and it was the kind of clever. It's bigger up front and it shrinks, but you just don't notice it because of perspective stuff.
Right. It's but it's an impressive set, and impressive miniatures, impressive models. Like they do a lot of trickery to make this work.
The shot, sorry, this is going back, but the shot whenever Aragorn is like riding Brago to come back to Helm's Deep, and you've got the wide shot of him on the hill and just all of Helm's Deep in front of him.
Yeah.
Gosh, dude, that is awesome.
This structure is incredible. I think we haven't really talked much about it, and we should. So this is as good a time as any now that we're blowing it up. But but it is really a beautiful structure. Like it looks like an awesome fortress, and like the asymmetry of it is something that I really like. Because we're used to seeing like medieval castles with symmetrical spires on either side, and like it's all like you can cut it down the middle, and the left wing is the same as the right wing. But here we have like there's this wall that extends all the way out. It's behind James, so we don't have to fully rely on my hand motions. But then you have the main structure to the right with that cool sweeping bridge that like curves down into the valley, and then the keep behind it. Like it's a beautiful structure.
I love like it looks awesome, and it also, the geography of it makes it lends itself so naturally to the different phases of the battle, like from the wall phase. And I love the Aragorn like telling them to fire, and like the elves behind the wall shooting over it out into the crowd. Like it's just, and like the cool curving bridge leading up to the keep, and like the staircase behind. It's just like there's so many cool things you can do because you made such a freaking cool place.
It's so well done. I feel like I could take a stranger on a tour of Helm's Deep.
Yeah.
Like that's how I feel. If geography is done really well in a film, you feel like if nobody had seen the film and you were there, you could give them a tour of the place. That's how confident I am about how well they've established Helm's Deep. Like I could walk you through that gate and be like, oh yeah, if we go over here, up there's the keep. If we go down here, we can go towards the deeping wall. Like it is perfectly clear to me in my mind. And now that the deeping wall is breached, we have a cool moment where Gimli jumps down from the wall in a Leroy Jenkins move. And two, like it's alarming how long he's under that water, just so we're clear. But
I love when he pops up from that pond. This is hilarious. I don't know why it's hilarious. I was laughing so hard when that happened.
and Aragorn ordering the charge in order to save Gimli. And first off, I just want to say, and I'm gonna ruin this for you guys forever, it totally sounds like he's saying tally ho when he orders the charge.
Ruin it.
Tally-ho.
He's like tally-ho. Charge. But that's again difference between peoples here. Like the elves move with like this incredible precision and like coordination. Like the people who are on are like invariably, some are shooting arrows, some are throwing rocks, some are like there's just no cohesion to that at all. It's just chaos aimed at orcs, and the elves are the antithesis. The elves are the antithesis of that, where it's all precision and coordination, and that charge is a great example of it.
I love them having to carry Gimli away.
Yep. So good. It's so good.
And then that kind of leads into the retreat, into the horrible, depressing moment.
Oh.
Yeah, where Haldir's personal space bubble is violated again.
Oh.
This time considerably worse.
Yeah.
It's weird that we meet Haldir twice, first in Fellowship, where he's a roadblock to our crew, and then here where he's here to help, but at the same time, like that, I still love that way he responds to Aragorn's hug is like, all right. Like for someone that seems a bit distant and above it all, it is deeply affecting somehow when he dies. Like,
yeah, I actually felt something when he died. Like I didn't expect to, but I did,
Yeah. And go ahead, James.
I was just gonna say, I think it's like all the idea that he still is like, okay, I'm here with these elves. Okay, we're here to do you a solid, but I'm with these guys. Like it almost emphasizes the selflessness of it, where he's like, I'm here to honor something that happened a long time ago, and I think it's a good thing to honor that. Like he marched an army across. When you look at a map of Middle Earth, and you see Lothlorien and Helm's Deep, you're like, dude, this guy traveled like a long ways. This guy marched an army across a long ways to go potentially die for people that he doesn't have any current close bonds with. And the idea that like he dies on foreign, like soil that's foreign to him, is like, to me, it is really sad. Like this poor guy, like he elected to not sail into the undying lands of his people. Like everybody else is doing that. That's what the elves are doing. And he's like, you know what? I'll go take a last stand. And the idea that he dies there is like, dang, dude, that's rough. And Peter Jackson does us dirty because his death looks like it hurts. Every time the Uruk-hai brings the blade down from behind and he kind of like stiffens up and his shoulders go, I'm like, oh my gosh, dude. In my mind, like that blade just like went down his freaking spine or something. Yeah. Like it just, there's like something paralytic about it. Where it's like, he freezes up, his arms kind of go like this, and he's just, oh god.
I have such a horrible comment to make. He's twitching because he's got my axe embedded in the surface.
Cold.
But yeah, gosh, it is really like, it's shot horribly. Like to me, it feels like the antithesis of Quicksilver in Age of Ultron. Like with Quicksilver, they're like, all right, we're gonna have stakes, so we're going to introduce somebody that kind of annoys us for a lot of the runtime of the film, and then kill them and pretend that introduces stakes, right? And Haldir is like, we're going to bring back someone who was a little bit annoying last time we saw him, but he's gonna fight for us, and you're gonna hate it when he dies. And we do. We just
through movie magic. I feel it.
Yeah, it's like I don't like this. Do not want. No. Send back.
Go back.
And that is sets up this like retreat phase where they kind of go to the keep, and there's some good stuff like with bracing the door. As it turns out, fun fact, Weta Workshop created these doors, and they had to strategically weaken them because the crew with battering rams could not break the door.
They needed them at Helm's Deep.
Yeah, so like they had to strategically weaken the door so that it could be broken by battering ram. And let me just say, speaking of the battering ram, the image of the shield wall of Uruk-hai as they like cover the ram coming up, and then the callous disregard with which they pull out the ram and like knock guys off the side. Pull out the ram. Like these Uruk-hai are just like they're doing the work to protect you, and you're just like, move.
Yeah. They know full well they're gonna get knocked off too.
Yes. Mm-hmm. They knew what they signed up for when they were on the outer edge of the shield wall.
Yeah.
That image to me is so iconic. The shield
Yeah.
wall on the
Oh,
bridge.
yeah.
It's like, oh,
Yeah,
dude, what a
So good.
it's really good. And then they try to defend from the breach on the inside, and Theoden gets like stabbed in the shoulder, leading to one of the coolest moments where Theoden, pleading for time, has Aragorn and Gimli go out this like secret postern gate.
Yeah.
The famous "you'll have to toss me" scene, which is
Yeah.
drop that distance.
yeah. Which we already touched on the dialogue a bit, but let's face it, like in actuality, like when Gimli lands, he is a certifiable badass, just mowing down.
Mhm.
Oh, we missed something in the wall phase too, where Legolas did the cool shield surfing thing.
Oh yeah, dude, that is one of the most iconic action sequences ever.
It's just over the top enough for me to be like, okay, that was cool.
Mhm.
It's the line that I wish PJ could have like maintained in The Hobbit,
Yeah,
but wasn't able to, where it's like it's like, oh, but any further and we're too far, and all of a sudden it goes from being the coolest thing ever to, oh, I wish that wasn't in it.
yeah, it was a toe over the line,
Yeah.
just a toe, and you're like, I'll allow it.
And in fact, not only will I allow it, but maybe the coolest thing ever.
Yeah, exactly. It's like that was good. That was really good. I like it.
6-year-old me in the theater was like losing his crap whenever I saw, like, because like Legolas is already my favorite character ever from Fellowship. So whenever he did that, I'm like, oh my gosh, look at movies can be so much, can't they? This is just
Oh.
Yeah. I mentioned that because I was like, hold on a second. We just got to the good Gimli moment. We skipped the great Legolas one because, and it's not just a Gimli moment because Aragorn comes and they back to back fight.
I
on the
love
causeway,
that shot.
and they are just like, I feel like 20 of Gimli's 43 kills come from this moment. Like,
Those numbers they give at the end are nonsense.
yes, they are. But the like his initial swipe just like mortally wounds 5 or 6 orcs in one swing. It's like, oh my gosh. And then he and Aragorn continue to just wreck shop for, honestly, it's not that long. So A+ on the drama. Not really accomplishing Theoden's mission.
I think it confuses the Uruk-hai, maybe.
Yes,
It's
it sets them back enough to where they can set the defenses back in place on the door.
yeah, they got to kind of get their crap back together.
And I do want to give a shout out to that one orc who was unlucky enough to catch Legolas's surfing shield in the neck.
Yes,
Oh, I love that.
He's the unlucky one for that.
We did gloss over that. That was a great punctuation to that moment. It's not just that he slides down the shield shooting as he goes, it's that afterwards the shield is used as an additional weapon.
Yeah. There's so many cool, I don't know, I think this already happened, but also the moment when he shoots the rope on the ladder that's like full of like 80 Uruk-hai, whenever that hits the ground, to me it's one of those that are like, that was satisfying. Like that was like the sound of it, you're like, that felt good.
And they just hurt or at least injured to the point of useless like 150 orcs.
Yeah.
So I don't know how Legolas was counting that.
But still only counts as one.
Yeah. And I'm just imagining like Gimli fact checking him over his shoulder with the ladder going. No, but yeah, like you said, those numbers are bull. But even so, like I love the competition.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, there was another moment also on the side of Isengard during the ladder phase when they started getting those rope reinforced ladders with the ballistas. And that one Rohirrim guy just takes a ballista to the chest.
Yeah.
I can feel the chest cavity caving in.
Yeah, it's just, I was like, oh no, that sucks.
Honestly, like this film was like fairly brutal for like PG-13. I mean,
Yeah.
for the most part, I mean, we're a bit more used to it now with like the limits being pushed with like PG-13, but like back, in the mid 2000s, like this was like, man.
The shot that sticks out to me is, those Uruk, they have their massive swords. It's whenever he swipes down and he just goes down the side of an elf's face and he like snaps around. You're like, oh my gosh, dude, I just saw that. Like that happened on screen. That was...
Well, and it's earlier in the same movie, but the Uruk-hai cannibalism with the guts flying out, like there is a shocking amount of blatant brutality happening in this PG-13 film. There's not like a ton of blood gushing everywhere, but in a way that almost feels worse to me. Like it feels less stylized. And therefore like I think the bloodiest thing that happens in this trilogy is in Fellowship of the Ring when Aragorn decapitates that one orc in Moria. Yeah, it's just a fountain of blood where his head was.
I love that.
Yeah. But and believe it or not, the Hobbit extended editions have one that's absolutely like, oh yeah, this is an R-rated moment.
The Battle of Five Armies extended edition is rated R.
Yeah. Mostly because I think of that chariot moment.
Yeah.
Where it just shreds 10 heads in half a second.
Yeah.
But it's like this battle is shock. Like it, even now, it sort of pushes close without getting straight to R.
Yeah.
And we have the breach has happened, and then they retreat further, like back all the way to the main keep, and in the scene
from Helm's Deep to Helm's Keep.
and we have
deeper. No. Like,
if this were the Raw quiz show, that would be the episode title.
Yeah.
Just Helm's Deeper. That's good, Drew. But the part where they're holed up way back in the keep, and Aragorn is like still the only one wearing an optimistic outlook here. And he's telling the women and children to go into the caves, barricade the entrance, like, and that it's not just Theoden, it's the other guy. I think it might be Gamling, who says like it's over, it's everybody has completely lost faith in this whole endeavor, and it's Aragorn who's like, hey, ride out with me, ride out and meet them, and we get the for death and glory for Rohan thing.
It was a great moment because just like I'm a sucker for glory moments in movies. It's like, and there's just like in all the different epic movies, Kingdom of Heaven, whatever, there's great glory moments, and this was just a great one when they go riding out. It's just, it's awesome.
I have a bit of like
voiceover.
Oh, sorry.
The Gandalf voiceover too. At first light on the fifth day to the east, and you see Gimli with the sun is rising. So good.
I have a bit of frustration with Theoden in this scene where like whenever Aragorn's pleading is like, is there no other way? And Theoden's just like, he's in his own head. He's all up in his feels. He's not thinking. And I love it that Glamdring like looks to Theoden like he's waiting for him to. He's like, he knows there is, and so he's looking to Theoden to like answer, and Theoden doesn't. And I love that Glamdring's when he turns around, he's like, there is a way in the mountains. Like he kind of steps up. Like I'm like, good on you for stepping up in that time.
Yeah.
Like,
and also when Theoden's slowly snapping out of it at Aragorn's goading. And let me just say, anytime Gimli's excited, I'm excited. Like when he says that the horn of Helm Hammerhand will sound in the deep one last time.
Oh.
And it's like Gimli's like, oh yeah, this is happening. And all the dialogue, all of it is great. The let this be the hour we draw swords together. My goodness.
Oh.
It's all great.
Now for wrath, now for ruin.
And the red dawn.
Oh.
And then again, like
It's chill inducing.
Yeah.
It is. And I'm noticing now, like we have Boromir's horn, we have the Elvish horn here, we have that awesome Haradrim horn in Return of the King, and then we have the horn of Helm Hammerhand. Like there's a lot of great horn blasts.
Very, very distinct sounds.
Yes, all of them very different from one another. Oh, and the horns at Isengard too.
Oh yeah, probably. It's between that and Helm Hammerhand. It's like which is the coolest?
I really like the Haradrim one too, though, because of the way it's like, like the way it like drags on. Like
actually, that was a Brachiosaurus you just did.
Yes, it was not a good Haradrim horn, but yeah,
I just think it's
I can't do the Haradrim one now that I'm thinking about it, but yeah, that we're in a series of great horns.
Well, and it's proof that it's so great is like watching The Hobbit whenever they're going, like they're running away from the wargs and they're going down, and you hear the horn. I'm like, why do I feel like the immediate need to say that is no Oakhorn? And it's like I'm conditioned, like I know that sound. That's an elf horn. I know what that is. Like it's
they
in
do sound
2012.
different.
Yeah, me in the theater in 2012 was like, wait. No, that's not orcs. That's not orcs. That's not what they sound like.
Yeah. And of course that punctuates them just finally bursting out. And this is another like the ladder crunching orcs thing, but the riding out and just like, again, like so many Uruk-hai were harmed in the making of walking across that bridge. Like the way they fall off of that bridge, again, you're just like, yes. And of
That's
course,
good.
they cut their way out, and we have Gandalf showing up. And
Theoden stands alone.
yeah, before we get to that, though, the shot of Shadowfax rearing up on the hill as the sun is coming up.
Mhm.
Oh, cinema.
Poetic cinema.
Yes. Very much cinema.
Oh.
And then of course Carl Urban, who we haven't seen since the Riders of Rohan scene, where they surround Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli.
Oh
Was that the
wow.
last time?
It's so weird because I associate him a lot with the movie. Like I'm like, oh yeah, we get a lot of Éomer. It's crazy how little he's in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
Roll
has such a
him.
presence. Yes.
Go hit him.
Oh.
And again, like earlier in the film, before they fled to Helm's Deep, and Gimli, a dwarf, says they flee to the mountains when they should stand and fight. What they're really getting at, and in part of that conversation in Edoras, was you have riders that are still loyal. The strength of Rohan is not in Helm's Deep. It is on horseback. And man, does it show here.
Seriously, like I feel like that scene when Gandalf rears up on Shadowfax and the sun is behind him, and like when they charge down, like honestly I feel like it's gotta be probably like a top 5 cinematic moments of all time.
Absolutely.
Like it's just it's incredible.
The slow motion charge with that music.
Oh.
That's God giving us a little bitty peek into heaven.
Yeah.
It's like this is things shouldn't be
This beautiful.
this. Yeah, it's
Oh,
the image of like as he's like they're all about to slam into it, the light, it's like it's a combination of like the sun, and it feels like just the light of Gandalf. Like whenever
Yeah.
they're riding down, he's freaking glowing within the army. Like it's like the harsh light on the Uruk-hai that he slams into, it's just blinding him, and you're like, oh dude, this is beautiful.
Yeah.
oh.
Everything about it is great.
Also, the score right here,
Mhm.
so good.
It's
Yep.
next level.
Yep. And it ties back to some other threads that we're going to get here. In a way, I considered saving this part for later because it ties into a montage that is incredible, but I think we can talk about that in its entirety once we've picked up all the other threads here. Because the Frodo Sam thread is not much longer, and the Merry Pippin thread really has one more beat. So let's finish up here at Helm's Deep. The victory, we have victory line always sticks out to me. And the retreat of the Uruk-hai, like it is biblical, you know, like this
Yeah.
encounter is incredible. I can't praise the Battle of Helm's Deep enough. And it can feel bad to have a Deus Ex Machina happening out of nowhere. But Tolkien, with his concept of eucatastrophe, does it better than anyone. So
I was about to say that.
okay, I was just getting up.
Yeah.
It sounded a little bit like a phone vibrating from James.
James is speaking Elvish, bro.
Yeah.
Elvish Morse code.
Yeah, exactly.
That is no Orkhorn.
James calls for aid.
James calls for internet.
The beacon is lit.
That's me when the Wi-Fi icon finally flashes back on. But yeah, before we close out, because there's still Osgiliath to contend with. Faramir took Frodo and Sam to Osgiliath. Before fighting breaks out there, I think a meaningful moment that sticks out to me is the bit where they're going into Osgiliath. It's like they're not quite there yet, and Frodo has that "you must let me go" moment. Like, that's really good. Oh, actually, before they even leave the window on the west, Sam's line where he's convicting Boromir or Faramir, he's like, "You want to know how your brother died?"
Yeah.
Like, that's good stuff.
The ring drove your brother mad.
Yeah. After swearing an oath, which they did not swear. In fact, it was a plot point, Sam, that they had no oath.
Oh yeah. No oath will bind you. I didn't even think about that.
It's okay, Sam. There's a little white lie to help your case here.
All good stories deserve a little embellishment.
Like, come on, Sam. That was a plot point. Come on. But yeah, that's a nitpick beyond all belief. I don't actually have a problem with it. But that's a great. It's part of an ongoing thing where Sam and Faramir are just, well, it's mostly one-sided. Sam is just mad at Faramir, and Faramir kind of doesn't regard Sam very much.
A line delivery that I really like, because the facial expression with it is so good, is like his bodyguard, and he's just his gardener. Like, I love that.
Yeah. That's a good one too. Oh, I can't believe we missed that earlier. Of course, a movie this long, we're gonna miss things.
Everything's so good.
Yeah. But yeah, they go to Osgiliath, and I think part of the good that's done here with Osgiliath, not just killing time for the timelines to match up right for Return of the King, but we are pre-introduced to Gondor, and in its worst setting, we're seeing the frontiers of the Gondor-Mordor conflict, and it is every bit as bad as Boromir was telling us in Fellowship.
Yeah.
And it's also a contrast. Again, why would you take that scene out with the victory at Osgiliath previously?
Yeah, for real.
Like, the more I think about it, the worse that decision to cut that out gets. Like, we saw, it wasn't in good shape then, but it at least wasn't teaming with orcs and looked like it was on the path to being a legitimate settlement again.
Yeah.
And now it's just utterly
Ruins.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's
That
just
whole
bad.
scene had like a World War II vibe to it almost.
Yeah.
Urban fighting, you know.
Yeah. And that's a bit different than most of what we've seen in these work. And we're gonna have even with Minas Tirith, it's a city, but it's also a fortress. So Osgiliath really is the only like city we have prolonged fighting happening in, and it is a great set. Like I love the imagery of Osgiliath. Like, it looks like one day a long time ago it was a really cool place to be.
Yeah.
You know, this like, it's like a mix of Rome and Venice, like on the water, you know.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's just been destroyed.
Yeah. So you got some of that ancient nobility of Minas Tirith, but it's support cities. They're like, we got some new culture. Like, it's, you could picture how it'd be like a really cool place to be.
Yeah, and it's posted at the center between Minas Tirith and Minas Morgul, and Minas Morgul was not always scary green sorcery place.
Yeah.
You know. And it's just a good way to show us a bit of Gondor without taking too much from Return of the King.
Yeah.
But obviously the more important thing that happens here is the Nazgul show up. Go ahead.
That I was just sorry, I don't want to talk so much, but like that moment is so iconic with the shouting like Nazgul and then
Yes.
following the dragon from behind.
James
As it
pausing
flies
again.
over, it's like, oh, dude.
James just like disappeared for a second there.
I put on the ring.
I bid you all a very fond farewell. But I think we got the gist of it. The tracking shot of the fell beast going through Osgiliath is that's great stuff. And I love the delivery of the Nazgul line. Like, it's just one word, but it's yelled so well.
Yeah.
Speaking of the ring, I actually might not show up on the camera, but I have like a replica of it.
Oh, dude, that's sick.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, so bye.
You should have just backed up until the green screen thing took you away. But Osgiliath, interesting place. But when the Nazgul show up, we have this cool moment where Frodo is so crazily seduced by the ring that he's actually like standing on a bridge, like, here, take it. And Sam is like, no.
The sound design, dude, of the wings.
Yes.
Holy crap.
So good.
And when Sam like tackles him down the steps, which looks painful, by the way, they land, and Frodo, like in mirror of him pulling Sting out on Gollum earlier in the movie, is like, you know, he has it straight at Sam's throat, and Sam is just done with this day. And like the sincerity of his emotion, like it's like halfway between anger and crying. Like, dude, why is this
Don't
happening?
you know yourself?
Yeah.
I just feel like that was like the Middle Earth version of like bro.
You have more than lost your cool.
Yeah.
But Frodo, like the way he drops Sting, so like it's not like he casts it away. It's just like he just kind of lets it limply fall out of his hand and backs away. Like that's a good moment.
People give crap to Frodo all the time, but it's like the burden on him, like if you get the sense that the ring is always working, like it's never just kind of like chilling around his neck, it's always trying to do something. And like I think part of what makes the sound design in that so cool is like the unity between the ring, Sauron, and the ring wraiths, where it's like it is a network of power that's like working on him. And it's like a moment that I think is really cool there, like a really cool touch, is that, you know, from the Fellowship, anytime when he's tempted, you hear like what sounds like a pulse, like a heart, the ring is living. You hear like they match the pulse of the ring with the flapping of the fell beast in that scene. And to me, that is so like it shows that he is being pressed so heavily on.
Yeah, and notably absent, I think, in favor of this really good sound design choice. Most of the time, and I think even with Faramir, the temptation of the ring has a voice, right? There's two voices it has. There's the obviously very much Sauron speaking, like black speech, deep Aragorn.
Yeah.
And then there's also this boys choir, you know, that is singing in Elvish, and it is haunting and beautiful and alluring, and it's great. Like they don't do it for this scene in favor of that like pulsating heartbeat and the wings of the Nazgul thing. Like you said, it communicates a unity of purpose that I think is really strong there.
Because like you think whenever Frodo wears it in Bree, and the Nazgul immediately like spaz out, and they're like, the ring is being worn. Like they immediately know. So like there is that connection, and so you know he's feeling the darkness of those things on him at all times.
And we see it again in Return of the King for another seminal moment where the Nazgul snap to awareness that the ring is being worn.
Oh yeah.
Which is another great moment, but we'll get to that when we get to that. So yeah, then we have, I know we mentioned a voiceover monologue and how good that can be with the where's the horse and the rider thing. And here we have it with Sam, and it's somehow better. Like if you had shown me the where's the horse and the rider scene, and you said, guess what? There's another monologue over montage in this film, and you're going to cry. I'd be like, yeah, I don't know that it gets much better than this. And yet here we are, because man, Sam's speech and the happenings at Helm's Deep matched up with the happenings at Osgiliath and the Ents, who we're coming back to in just a minute, is peerless in terms of like voiceover monologues. I mean, and we just discussed a good one on this show last week with the Batman, you know, but I think this might be my favorite voiceover monologue in cinematic history. It's good. It's really good. It summarizes the themes of the trilogy incredibly well. And we mentioned before that Frodo and Sam have been isolated this whole time in the Two Towers. And this provides the one bit of connective tissue between them and everyone else.
Yeah.
And makes up for us feeling kind of disconnected. I love this. I love this a lot. Any other thoughts?
It's just such a great, it's like you said, it sums up, the themes of the trilogy, but it also just, after having such a grim, dark, and bleak, film, for 3 hours, 3+ hours, to kind of have this message at the end that there's always hope, that no matter how dark it gets, that it said, darkness always passes. And it was just very, very meaningful. It's just like, it's such a timeless message too. Like no matter, whether you watch it today or in 100 years, that message is always going to be something that can speak to the audience and the viewer, I think.
It's so impassioned. Like the thing that sticks out is like, and when the sun shines, it'll shine out the clearer. You're like, oh my gosh, dude, it's so beautiful. Like to me, it's such an incredible summation of like the power of story in general. Because he's talking about like it's like the great stories of old. Like there's a reason stories last and have power. Like there's the inspiration we get from like the worth in telling them and retelling them, and like the endure, like the fact that like those great acts of valor and courage and selflessness endure and are worth enduring and telling and oh my goodness.
And
brings it
one other thing, it's a drum I beat a lot in online discussions, and I hate to make this a whipping post for me here, but it's one of the problems I have with the early Superman films. I think hope is a cheap virtue in a world that's already filled with it.
Yeah.
So if we were to attach this speech to the end of the Lego movie, it would not feel like it's written wonderfully, beautifully delivered. It would not have the same impact at the end of the Lego movie.
I don't know why you're going to be going after the Lego movie, but
any movie that's generally upbeat, But the fact that we have focused on this incredible thread of hopelessness and despair and danger and turmoil, and ending with this, full of darkness and danger they were. And sometimes you didn't want to know the ending, because how could the ending be good when so much bad happened? Like that right there is my feeling about what hope actually is, right? Hope is feeling that despite how much bad has happened, it can still end well. And I don't really have patience for people that try to tell me, oh, the old Superman films are very hopeful. Well, of course it's hopeful. When the worst problem is a overzealous real estate developer, like how much hope do you need? Like I know that sounds pithy and rude, but honestly, like you can't sit there and tell me like the Zack Snyder version of Superman is hopeless. No, it's hope in its proper context. And that's how I feel about this whole monologue. Is it's hope in its proper context. Hope is not a cheap virtue here. It's a costly virtue, and it feels genuine and better for that contrast. That's my rant.
No, it's very true. It's that old adage where they say, the light always shines brightest in the dark. You have to have that, that to feel hope fully, you have to have a little bit of that hopelessness,
the night is darkest just before the dawn.
There can be no true despair without hope, and the reverse is also true.
I think of how you mentioned Superman. I think of like in Zack Snyder's Justice League, that it's like it's kind of hopeless when they're fighting Steppenwolf at the end, and then right as his axe comes down, it pans over, and Superman's right there, and it's like then you feel this like rush of, oh wow, things are going to get better now, and so I agree with you, Ryan. I think that's a good point.
I need a reason to hope.
Right, there's got to be something to hope against. Like,
exactly.
I mean, if the outcome was always going to be good, it's just slightly better now. Like, what do I care? If the outcome is total darkness and destruction and the death of everything we love. And that could be even an internal thing. It doesn't have to be external the way it is in Lord of the Rings. But if the outcome could be truly bad, then hope is a more potent virtue for it. So, speaking of, let's go back to the Lorax. So yeah, we have Pippin has tricked Treebeard into going south instead of dropping him off at the northern border to go back to the Shire, and notices this clear-cut field on the southern edge of Fangorn bordering Isengard, which we did get in the extended edition, this cool line preceding this where Saruman is telling him, light the fires, light the furnace, work them night and day, and one of the orcs is like, well, we don't have the means. And he says,
we don't have the meat to feed the fire.
Yeah. The forest of Fangorn lies at our doorstep. Burn it, and then, boy, did that come to bite him. Okay, first off, the music in this scene is amazing. The composition of the shots is amazing. I have to give it to John Rhys-Davies as Treebeard for many of these trees were my friends. And the whole line, the whole Saruman, a wizard should know better. And honestly, side note here, from playing Battle for Middle Earth, his scream is the most terrifying thing you can hear in that game. Because Ents are bad news if you're playing against them. But jokes aside, that yell he does right before the Ents march out is haunting. Like if I heard that, I would be very, very, very far away from Orthanc when they arrived. And it's like the whole my business is with Isengard tonight with the rock and stone. And also Treebeard is channeling a bit of Theoden with the, it is likely we go to our doom, the last march of the Ents, and then the music swells. It like the multiple climaxes that are happening simultaneously in this film. I think this might be my favorite in a weird way. Like I love the Helm's Deep stuff. It's incredible, but something like Tolkien was right about one thing. Like what inspired this for him was watching Macbeth in a play and having the witches predict that the Burnham Wood would march on Dunsinane Hill, and then finding out, oh, it's just men dressed as trees. Like that's a bit disappointing. He's like, if I have a chance to do that, it's going to be the trees. And he did it, and he's right. It's really cool. It's really freaking cool, and it's justified because we've had this theme of the neglect of nature. In this industrialization, and then it is really coming back in a hard way. And there's so many iconic shots with these Ents attacking Isengard. There's the orcs like fruitlessly hacking away with axes, and then like Treebeard like rolls a boulder over them.
I love that. It's a fine hit.
Merry Pippin just throwing rocks and
that was a good hit.
Being lit on fire. Go ahead, Byron.
No, go ahead. I'll chime in later.
No, please do. I've been monopolizing this whole episode.
No, I was gonna say, I think I'm with you with that this is probably my favorite climax of this film. Like it's so different, than what we'd had before. It was kind of a bit unexpected, like for somebody who maybe hadn't read the books or was just kind of just watching the movie, it wasn't necessarily what you fully expected to happen. And and just coming from, that when you'd seen, Treebeard and the Ents in the earlier scenes in the movie, it's like you kind of got the feeling, oh, they're these kind of low, slow, lumbering, just kind of like, creatures. You didn't really get a feeling of power necessarily from them.
Don't be hasty.
Yeah. Exactly. It's like you just kind of got the feeling like, oh, whatever, there's people. And then it's like, when he comes out, and he sees all the devastation, and like you said, when he lets out that roar, it's just like, oh, it's like, oh, I guess I can draw this one out live. It's like, oh, it's like, this is going down, it's like, it's like an angry god waking up, it's like, but the one scene that I always laugh at though is the one Ent that's on fire that runs into the water. It's like this dramatic thing that you just suddenly see. It's like,
he dips his head in. I love that.
Break the dam.
Yeah.
Release the river. So good.
Yeah. And like to me, there's almost a boldness to the film and how much it revels in the like the victory, where like, I don't know, to me there's always this sense of like, oh, you went with a happy ending or everything worked out, like it's kind of cheap, right? It was like, no, at this point it's all, the bold decision is to be like, after all, like Sam's right, like, how can good come to be when so much bad has happened? And like for the movie to be like the Ents showed up, and we don't have the Helm's Deep kind of ebb and flow. They just show up and they win. Like it's
done.
It's done. Like to me, there's almost no image more satisfying than Saruman out on his thing up there, looking out like just distraught, like suck it.
I get the feeling that you mentioned. I get the feeling that this, like the whole cutting down the edge of Fangorn, is like attacking Pearl Harbor. And the Ents are his atomic bomb. Once they came on the scene, it was done. So yeah, I mean, goodness gracious, and I know it's not an allegory in that regard, but I'm just using it as an explanation of how I feel in that moment, where it's like, oh, you really messed up. And the moment you got these guys against you, you lost. It's done. Like you made these gentle giants into an absolute terror.
Yeah.
Like you said, James, they show up and it's there's no ebb and flow. They just win.
They just wreck everything. It's
I love
like,
it.
Like, I'm not sure they experience even a single casualty. It's like, for all their last march of the Ents, it's like, oh yeah, sure. The last march of Isengard.
Yeah. All of like the wooden structures being flooded down the holes is like, you get a real sense of like cleansing.
Yes. To call back or call forward to the filth of Isengard is washing away in Return of the King. But even before that, when they're just like toppling them into the ravines. Another image that sticks out to me is when that one kind of like chubby short Ent like picks up two orcs and just like bashes their heads together. That's like, oh my goodness. That scene is so good. I love everything about it. And some of it is happening during the Sam monologue too. But man, it's good stuff. It is really good stuff. Should we move on to the last leg of this journey in the Two Towers, which we had our Sam and Frodo moment, and Faramir was watching as all this happened. And he has that cool moment of realization where he says, I think at last we understand one another, Mr. Frodo Baggins.
I love that.
and I feel bad for not remembering his lieutenant's name because that guy's kind of cool.
Yeah.
But he
If
says,
you let them go, your life is forfeit.
yeah, then it is forfeit. Yeah, it's so good because he's risking something. He's risking the wrath of his father, which we know is not good towards him. And again, the cost of getting rid of that scene compounds. Like, come on, man. Like, that was a load-bearing wall. You don't knock that out. But yeah, we have Faramir finally letting Frodo and Sam go, and the conclusion of that 3-beat with Sam saying, you've shown your quality, Faramir, the very highest, And I love the way Faramir humors Sam there with like, the Shire must truly be a great realm, Master Gamgee, where gardeners are held in high honor, which is sort of like how are you testing my quality? And also, I kind of dig it though.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of neat that you are.
Madrill was his lieutenant's name, by the way.
Madrill. Okay. Yeah. That guy's cool though. I like him.
Yeah.
Couldn't go away again, extended edition only, but he couldn't let them go without abusing Gollum one more time.
And just when I was starting to like Faramir.
To be fair, I kind of like his threat here because it doesn't show the same, like, I don't like him abusing Gollum, let me clarify. But if ever there was a reason to do it, this is it. May death find you swiftly if you should bring them to harm. That's a good line. A really good line.
Even still.
Yeah.
It makes me sad.
It's never a good image to just be choking a scrawny thing like that.
And like the curled up arm limp that he does as he starts walking away. It's like, man, dude, why do I gotta do this to this guy?
And credit where credit is due for Sam showing some growth here, where he's, and again, extended only, I think, but where he's like, Mr. Frodo didn't mean for those rangers to hurt you,
Yeah.
And he's like, no hard feelings, right? Gollum's, no hard feelings. But
it's very decent of you. Very decent indeed.
Narrator, there were hard feelings. But yeah, that just about wraps it up. We do have that cool sequel hook tease with Gandalf where he's like, the Battle of Helm's Deep is over. The Battle of Middle Earth has only begun. It's like,
dude,
it's about to begin, I think.
Hearing that as a kid, I was like, let's effing go! I was so ready.
That's right up there. Like, that is the sequel to Let's Hunt Some Orc.
Yeah.
Like, it's good. It's good.
I will see you next December.
Yes, I am. Day one, I'm here. Yeah. And then lastly, finishing off, we have Frodo, Sam, and Gollum kind of marching through the woods, and Sam kind of capping off that whole thread of, do you think we'll ever be in great stories, Mr. Frodo? And Frodo, being the absolute decent guy he is, recognizing that, I would not have gotten far without you.
I love that moment where he's like, don't make fun. I was being serious. Like, the sincerity behind the so was I is just like, oh.
Yep. It's an all-time great friendship. And we here have been standing Frodo for his general decency and will continue to do so until it's no longer deserved. But, but even then, with enormous pity. And like, it is sad that the ring is tearing them apart in a way, but there's these moments like this that just remind you that these two are the forefront bromance of this series. Like Legolas and Gimli, they're great. Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli, like all three of them are great. Gandalf and just about anyone. Gandalf and yelling at Pippin, also good power couple. But Frodo and Sam are the heartbeat of this trilogy, and this scene is a great reminder of that until it's not. Okay, we go straight into the Gollum tease. Yes. So this was, I loved the Battle of Middle Earth is about to begin, but this tantalized me more than anything because at this point I had read the trilogy, and my favorite part of the trilogy was my favorite part of the Two Towers was in the Two Towers book, but not the movie. And I remember at first feeling cheated that we didn't get it, but the fact that it was referenced here made me feel so at ease that we could let her do it. I was like, oh man, this is good. These tricky people, because like if you don't know who her is, like you're going, oh, what is that, and
then Ryan in the theater is just going,
I know exactly what that is, and it's terrible.
some sort of spawn of Ungoliant.
Yes, exactly. And if you could reread one chapter, if I told you reread one chapter, actually it's two, it would be those two. It would be Shelob's Lair and the Choices of Master Samwise. Tolkien's writing in those chapters is great, and it's such a celebration of Sam. Like, but that's different movie. For right now, though, Gollum has fully fallen back into a scheming way here. And now it's actually a little worse than before, where we started the film with Gollum wanting to kill them. And then as he got to know Frodo and Sam, it was a war between Gollum and Smeagol. And now it's a unity of Gollum and Smeagol. And that's deeply sad. Because Smeagol is a little more on the cowardly side, of course, but they are both fully convinced they should kill them and take the ring. And the only difference is, whereas Gollum would be ready to snuff him out right now, Smeagol needs a little bit of a safety net. And the "we could let her do it" line sticks out to me as really good. Kudos to Andy Serkis for his stellar performance as Gollum.
And then the way that transitions into the wide shot of Mordor leading into the credits, cinema.
Yes, absolutely. And the Gollum song, credit song, is incredibly haunting. And
watch that ending and try not to get chills. Like,
yeah. With the music before the lyrics to Gollum's song kicks up, and you see like the Nazgul kind of like flying over Mordor, and you see Mount Doom and Barad-dûr, and
you hear like the erupting volcano.
And and the choir for Gollum's song coming in with the low woos that I can't do. That's a good ending.
Leave it to Two Towers. Like, it was so dark for 3.5 hours, and it gives you this ridiculous shot after shot after shot of hope with all of these triumphs, and they're still like, yeah, but not quite yet. You thought you were about to like march out with your head held high, like, let's bring things back down to like a very downer note. Like, I'm just thinking of like how it compares to the Fellowship's ending, where it's like, it's Sam and Frodo together, and it's like we got a long journey, but it's these two guys together, and they walk away, and like that's an incredible transition from Shore's score into Enya like that, and it's got like it's not like, oh, jolly, everybody's happy go like it, but it's you have hope, but here, like, there is not a shred of hope in Gollum's song. It is like
Yeah.
brokenness completely.
Brokenness is probably the one word you could use to describe not only Gollum, but the Gollum song. We had a conversation recently about Middle Earth credits songs, and Gollum song is one that surprises me every time I hear it, where it's like, why don't I think of this more? This is really, really good.
The like the lyrics are just like, the tears we cry, they fall like rain, take back the lies they told us to hurt the pain. You're like, oh, this poor little thing. I just want to.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Well, guys, I've loved talking the Two Towers with you. It is past midnight here, so let's get some final thoughts, ratings, and then plugs. And of course, I would tease out Return of the King, but if you're this far into this and don't know Return of the King exists, you don't deserve teasing. So, Drew, you have talked the least, so I'm going to give you the first slot on final thoughts and ratings here for the Two Towers.
Yeah, it's no secret that the Two Towers is easily my favorite in the trilogy. Just, it introduces Rohan and the Rohirrim, which are absolutely my favorite culture in Lord of the Rings. And then, the Battle of Helm's Deep. So many great character moments with the remaining Fellowship, introducing some of my favorite characters like Theoden. And then just the score, which was already great in Fellowship of the Ring, but just being elevated with all these new themes being introduced. And the way it ends, absolutely perfectly. 10 out of 10.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. Byron, having seen just the theatrical cut, a war crime, but before you,
we will prosecute later.
Yeah, before you're hung for your crimes, at least repent here, and tell us your final thoughts and ratings for the Two Towers.
Well, I have to admit, the Two Towers isn't my favorite of the trilogy. That still resides with Fellowship of the Ring. But that being said, I do absolutely love this movie. It just does everything right. It has an absolutely banger of a soundtrack. It hits all the right notes for every emotion, every scene with the music. It's just perfect. The cinematography, the makeup, the prosthetics, everything is completely top tier. And just it dials what I also like about it is that it dials up everything from the Fellowship. You get larger battle scenes, larger stakes, larger character moments. Just everything is incredible. And so I give it definitely, 11 out of 10. It's just it's absolutely magnificent. It's a perfect lead into the next movie. I remember when I saw this one, I just couldn't wait to watch Return of the King immediately after to see what was going to come next.
And James.
It's the second of three perfect movies. It's perfect in every way to me. And I think something that you said earlier, I think it really holds true, which is that it's got such a unique identity within the trilogy, and it rewatches with special care being paid towards just tone. I'm reminded of just how truly bleak it is. And I adore Empire Strikes Back, but this is the seminal dark middle chapter. And yeah, the character moments are ridiculously incredible. The direction, you could probably tally up about 40 minutes we spent just talking about incredible transitions in the first episode. The filmmaking is just wildly successful. It's ridiculously well done. Everything, whenever we come to Helm's Deep and we have the two armies squaring up, and you realize that Peter Jackson just spent like 2.5 hours masterfully putting all of the pieces in place for everything to culminate here, and then everything within that to culminate with that speech. It is an incredible movie. That's just, they can't whisper a word about like bad about it. So yeah, 10 out of 10, easy.
Yeah, it's an unreserved recommendation. Obviously the whole trilogy is, and you'd be stupid to watch just the Two Towers, but it's I mean, I've probably ate up 90% of our time here, and the other 10% was 9% games. But I have nothing but the highest praise for this film and Fellowship and Return of the King. I think between the three, this is my least favorite of the three, but like, it's honestly hair splittingly. That's not any indictment on this film in the slightest. It's just phenomenal. And I go in for dark and gloomy and depressing, and for victorious, and this has that in spades, and I feel all three do, and this probably does that darkness better than any of the three chapters, except certain points in Return of the King.
I was about to say, there are moments in Return of the King where I'm
Return of the King can get pretty freaking bleak, and that's a flavor I really like. But look, this film is perfect. The cast is phenomenal. Everyone is acting a great job. The sets, the cinematography, the CGI, even, like we just got done talking about Ents, and not once were we like, oh, that looked rubbery, and that's remarkable that's happening for a 2002 or 2003 film, I think. No, it's 2002.
Yeah.
Yep. December 2002. Yep. But anyway, yeah, that's remarkable that's the case here. It has one of the finest battles in cinematic history, whose nearest competition is in this trilogy. And my goodness, like, how can you not love this film? The themes have such an incredible cohesion to itself and to its predecessor and its successor. Like James said, there's nothing bad you can really say about it, except that the theatrical cut took out a very important scene that, in this close analysis, I knew it before, but in this close analysis, it just hammers home. Taking out that scene with Boromir and Denethor and Faramir was a tremendous mistake in an incredibly, and not to say anything bad about the theatrical cut, because the theatrical cut is still a masterpiece in itself. And it's a credit to the film that it can still be a masterpiece, missing something that important. But extended cut, not even a blemish. Well, that concludes our analysis of The Two Towers. Finally, it is done. Next week, we will go boldly into The Return of the King. I'm looking forward to that, where I think our times in recording are getting higher, and I don't think that problem is about to abate even a little. It won't be until we leave this trilogy behind that I'll be getting to bed at a reasonable hour on these things. But
Return of the King might even be 3 episodes. Who knows?
It very well could be.
Yeah.
It very well could be. Like, one of the episodes could be the endings.
Yeah.
There's so much to mine there. Like, I mean,
but they're all good.
Yes,
all like 5,000 endings that the film has.
I'm not in any way even memeing that. I'm just saying they're good enough to talk about for that long. But yeah, Return of the King could be a 3-parter. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, if you like this, don't forget to like, subscribe, share, comment, and of course, join us on the Pop Americana Facebook discussion group. We're growing, and I think it's getting a bit better. Before we leave, though, I would like to give an opportunity for you guys to plug. I think all three of you are on Letterboxd, and one of you has some dead but still incredibly good projects, and one of you has some ongoing projects. So let's hear about it. Drew, I think you'll probably have the least to say on this front. Oh, I'm sorry. I want to say also thank you to Drew for these incredible thumbnails we've been getting, because they have been coming from Drew and they're phenomenal. I can't do it. So thanks, Drew. I just wanted to shout you out there. Go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, I have a Letterboxd. It is Drewby Drew, DREWBY Drew, all one word. You can follow me on there. I have a few reviews, and then you can look at all my top tier perfect ratings, because obviously I'm the best at that. And then also I'm going to be writing some reviews pretty soon for something related to Byron. So, yeah.
Nice.
Keep an eye out for that soon.
Nice. Love it.
Forward to it.
Love it. James.
So yeah, I am no longer doing this podcast. However, I have two podcasts that I had been a part of before with the same co-host. The first was Underrated, which you could find at underratedpod.com, I believe. If not, I apologize.
It'll be in the show notes. I think Franchise Fatigue can be found there too.
Okay, that's right. The first podcast we did was about films that my co-host and I thought were, surprise, underrated, and that we really, really love. And we thought either the critics got wrong or the public got wrong, or both, or however that shook out. We talk about the entire Hobbit trilogy there, as well as Snyder's films. If you can't tell that we love some Hobbit and Snyder over there.
And we will cover them here eventually.
Looking forward to that.
Me too.
And then after that, we transitioned to a new show called Franchise Fatigue, where we would pick a film franchise and go and review each film within that franchise. And that ran for quite a bit longer. And so we've got a big backlog for that. And then as far as Letterboxd, my Letterboxd is JL Hamry. It's JLHAMRI. And I try to be somewhat consistent in writing thoughts. Sometimes it's like just quick, short sentences. Other times it's a lot more akin to like full length reviews. You can catch up with what I'm watching over there.
Yep. And James is on a tear for finding the highlights of cinema. His Criterion collection is impressive.
Very true.
Speaking of, go ahead, Byron, take it away.
All right. Yeah, I have a podcast called Under the Lens with Byron Lafayette. I do interviews on there. I do movie reviews, movie discussions, a little bit of everything. Basically anything that's pop culture gets covered at some point on there. So that's on all the major podcast platforms. You can just search for it there. You can also like the Facebook page as well. I'm also on Letterboxd under just my name, Byron Lafayette. I'm not terribly active when it comes to like writing reviews on there, but I do a lot of lists. I keep track of everything that I watch, and I do a lot of like, best of lists and like, rankings of franchises and stuff. So I do a lot on there. All of my print movie reviews are going to be on viralhair.com and on 25yearslater.com as well.
Excellent. And I do not have a letterbox, because if I want to share an opinion about a film, it's going to be here. So thanks for
So
joining
get
us.
one. I want to know what you're watching.
Look, it's been a very fun time, a very long, fun time. I shudder to think of the runtime of this video, but if you're watching it to this point, you have my sincerest thanks and apologies.
You have my sword.
You have my bow.
And my axe.
And Byron is the one saying we need people of intelligence on this sort of mission quest thing. Well, that's it for tonight. Well, tonight for us, it could be any time for you. But we'll see you guys again for Return of the King.